clackety.
You're allowed to clackety.
Both sides are genocidal, crazy war criminals. So I think we should all enjoy seeing how they die.
But we didn't see much of him. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the finale of House of the Dragon. Sorry,
we did get an auto appearance.
Yeah, very brief. We were so excited to see his name.
Was it 10 seconds? Less than that?
Maybe like
Less than
5
that.
that you actually see who
Yeah.
it is. To be fair, like he's not in the book at all. Like during this point. So we were all kind of wondering what the fuck they're gonna do with him.
Yeah.
I want to know who put him there.
Yeah, so House of the Dragon season 2 finale has just wrapped. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Mahler. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. How you doing? It's a good show. Welcome. Yeah, happy. Some thumbs up at the bottom.
No. Fringy.
Hi. Hello.
They're super excited about this episode. And Ryan, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I mean, I'm fairly excited about the episode. There was one scene that I was like, is this really what they're doing again? But other than that, it seems to really get you guys down for this entire fucking thing. But overall, the episode, I enjoyed it. Not my tops of season 2, but it was good. And we are set now for total fucking warfare. If you couldn't tell by the changing theme song as they showed every army marching towards everyone else.
Yes. Finally saw those Northmen that they were set up in the first episode at the very end. I thought, I was enjoying the first 2/3 of the episode very much. Simon Strong, Daemon stuff.
Yeah.
We'll get to the visions because I love that. I love that scene. And then it ended like shit. I thought it ended like absolute shit. They just went. They did one of the dumbest. They went full episode 9, full Game of Thrones season 8 with a stupid fucking scene that makes no sense at all, and actually, I think does a lot of harm to the character Alicent.
Let's calm down a little bit with calling it full Game of Thrones season 8.
That last season, no,
that's like the most retarded thing you could possibly say.
No, that's not
comparing
actually
that to this episode to
that scene
in this episode.
Yeah, that absolutely.
Call it. It went full Game of Thrones season 8.
Yeah,
for a season finale that had one 5-minute scene in a 73-minute show.
Was that a 5-minute scene? Because it felt 10. And it was fucking stupid.
I mean, it might have been 5, 6, 7 minutes or something.
And it does undercut a character and a whole bunch of stuff that comes up. We'll discuss it.
Yeah, we'll
discuss it. But it's definitely episode 9, season 1 material. Like really fucking retarded. Really retarded. And we're waiting for Shad. Shad will be here soon. So I'm going to pull up the episode. Give me a second here.
I was going to say I need another 20 minutes before I can be your visual wizard.
That's okay.
You need 20. Oh, because you got it down. Yeah.
You got it.
I do not have Down
late to
syndrome.
HBO Max there. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Well, I've just got, there's people coming to my house to provide me the DVD.
There you go.
Ah.
Oh, and it's not only the Alicent scene, by the way. It is not only the Alicent scene. Thankfully, Mysseri was barely in this, but she is there to be Rhaenyra's life coach. That's all she exists to do.
The way the shot had Rhaenyra and she moves to the left, revealing Mysaria, we were like, no.
It really was like sort of a 1, 2, 3 punch of just cringe. Just these scenes lined up one after the other at the end.
I like we finally got a Corlys Rhaenyra scene. Like, which we probably should have had about 5 or 8 of in this entire thing.
Where the hell have they been the whole fucking season? It was almost weird seeing them alone talking together, even though they're the queen in her hand.
Well, I suppose that's an interesting thing in talking about this episode is now that it's all done, we can look back on the season and think, overall, from beginning to end, was it worth it as a whole? Like, did we get enough this season? I don't think so. It's kind of where I'm at the moment. Now that it's all said and done.
What else did you want?
I the season ending essentially with like, hey, here's the pitch for season 3. All of the the players are sort of moving into position. I feel like that should have been the penultimate episode leading into something big happening for the finale. I think that's what I would have liked.
When you have a season story, it feels like it should end with the consequences of the point of this season.
Yes.
In the form of something relatively spectacular, right? We are dealing with a Shad. Give me your broad thoughts right now.
What was that? What was that?
What is that you refer to?
Yes, be more specific, sir.
I feel robbed. Where's the payoff?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all of us versus Ryan.
Go for it.
Like some of the episodes, right, were a little bit, slowish on the payoff, and I still enjoyed them. I was like giving you a benefit of the doubt as it's building up to something. And if it's going to build up to something that's satisfying, I'm okay with, them taking their time. And I still enjoyed the episodes, but I was expecting something more in the finale than basically a tease. It was like, come on.
I don't think that's even unreasonable. I think that it can be accepted that if you're watching a TV show that's going to be spanning multiple seasons, that you're not going to have the entire story wrapped up. But I think it's totally fair to look at a season of television as, in some sense, telling a story that feels complete as part of a broader narrative. And I just don't have that feeling of a completed story, rather that like we ended right at the point where it feels like, the next episode would have paid off a lot of the things that had been set up over the course of the season.
Yeah. Well, they moved to battle from this season to next to make the episode shorter so they could turn the seasons around and get that extra season too. So it was looking like it was going to be 3. Well, they weren't even sure they were going to get a 2. They waited for the success. Then they got season 2. Then they decided to reduce the episodes from 10 episodes to 8 episodes. They removed that battle, moved it to next season so they can get the 4 season that George wanted, right? George wanted 4 seasons. Now, and it feels like it, especially that ending, dude. And
like when we were talking before the season, our kind of guess, me and Gary, right? Our guesses were what would have been cool was to end on a very specific battle, which we knew was not going to happen this season.
Yeah.
And I don't, with the way they've set things up now, I don't know what happens first. I don't know if you have something at King's Landing. I don't know if you have something in the Gullet. I don't know if you have something in the Riverlands first, because it feels like it's all coming together at the exact same time. Based on what we just saw.
Yep, it does. Which is still crunching a bunch of time, but I'm going to double check. This episode was written by Sarah Hess, and it showed. And we could definitely, when we get to the later scenes, the motivation behind the scene that is just, it took too much time at the end, and they could have cut it out completely and replaced it with something a little more satisfying.
For those who don't know, Gary's referring to the writer of episode 9 of season 1, which was famously one that we were not very happy with.
Yep.
Rhaenys killing a bunch of small folk and then refusing to kill the high towers because she didn't want to kill moms, even though she was standing on a few of them at that point. And they could have certainly fixed that by using that to go like, look what she did to the small folk. Never gets mentioned. It's presented as an empowering moment when it was anything but. But that's the same motivation behind what we get at the end. It's the fucking same thing. God damn it. Okay, so I got to start it out here. We're with the Triarchy. And Shirako was played by Philosophy Tube, by the way. Oh, and the most on-the-nose fucking line in the beginning, dude. Holy shit. That was bad. Hang on. There we go. Here's some visual aids. So Tyland is there, and he's trying to get the Triarchy to come out and break the blockade. Blake break the Volarian blockade by the sea snake, Corlys. And they take some enticing, but eventually Tyland has to give them the stepstones. They asked for the stepstones, and they said, "Hey, we'll just take them, and we'll charge you guys a little bit of a fee, a little toll for your ships, but it's better than people starving." So he relinquishes, and then they say, "Yeah, okay. There's one more thing. We have our admiral that you need to impress, and no captain is going to go without this admiral," who was played by Philosophy Tube, who was also in The Acolyte, by the way. Lesbian space witches. Yes. So, again, this whole, like, everything up to here, other than this, if I can find the line. So eventually Philosophy Tube shows up.
We'll say these scenes, I kind of like Tyland more than I did.
Yes.
He's growing on me. He seems like such a little goober character who's desperately just trying to do what he needs to do, but awkwardly doesn't quite have the constitution for it, but is managing it, I think the actor pulls it off, and I enjoy his struggle. He's because he doesn't really have a focus ever, so it's just nice to give him a bit more.
He's like got second son syndrome in general, right? But then he kind of gets thrown on this insane proposition. He's not really like the best person to go and do this.
No,
right? At all. He probably should not have been sent. He probably thinks he's going to end up fucking dying either here or when he gets back if he fails. And he's just kind of struggling through it. And this is not the person to send if you're like, hey, these people have a very different culture, like way of being than us. Go fucking figure it out. And he's kind of muddling through it.
Yeah, especially you're sending a Lannister to beg for money too, which they point out.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised that he gave up the stepstones in the negotiation. I was like, does he have the authority to do that? I thought you need permission.
My impression of that was that we're not going to do a Raven to the King Regent and then a Raven back to check whether or not he can actually do it. Whatever. Instead, it can be, yeah, sure, you can have him. And then the suggestion would be made maybe to Aemond that we give him that, we sort everything out, and then we could take it back with Vhagar, for example, or something. I don't know if that was going to be a potential alternative. It is Aemond, after all. I could totally see him being like, we will clear them out once we deal with the usurper, that sort of stuff. But yeah, it did seem like he didn't want to, and then he was like, fine. Stepstones might be something you can just sort of give away, and then when it comes to it, you actually don't.
Yeah, I have a feeling if they're gonna pay attention to the consistency here, that needs to come up later on. That you did what? You can't give those. Like something has to happen with that. I'm thinking.
Yeah, it seems to suggest that the consequences could be quite dire for him for just making that call.
Yeah, and again, he brings it up like I could lose my head for this. But then Philosophy Tube comes out, right, and says, well, and I'm going to paraphrase because I can't find the damn lines, but he, by the way, Philosophy Tube's playing a dude in the show.
I couldn't tell.
What's the character's name?
It's Shirako Lohar. Admiral Shirako Lohar.
I thought the character was female, but they just looked like a dude anyway.
Well, the character is written as flamboyant, so
okay,
that's. But they said he clearly in this, and he has wives, but you're really not supposed to be sure at this point. But the cringe part was when Shirako comes out, played by Philosophy Tube, and goes, well, is there anything else you can do? Are you a poet or a philosopher? And it's like, oh, fuck. Really?
I hate to say it, but I feel like Five Nights at Freddy's handled Matt Pat's cameo better.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
So, yeah, they Tyland has to best Shirako in something that we get to later. Then we're with Aegon and Maester Orwell, and he is asking for a little bit of rum. Says he's a good man, so you feel Aegon's changed a little bit. It's been humbled.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been particularly interesting season for Aegon. He went from not really being much of a anything into much more interesting and kind of dynamic as well. Feels like he's had a pretty radical transformation this season.
And the actors handled it beautifully.
He's done an excellent job.
He's done a really good job, yeah.
Because he did surprise me when he was showing to be somewhat of a more merciful ruler, that, you know, we have to have the small folk on their side. And that seems to have actually been exaggerated or put even a bit further after the, his injury. Because when he finds out that Aemond just burnt an entire town, he calls him an insane C word or something like that.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, no, honestly, this scene was really good for showing where Aegon's at. He's had a long time to think.
And especially like revealing what, we never got to find out about Anakin Skywalker, that yes, indeed, his dick was burnt off and split open like a sausage, which is big for somebody who has no heir and is currently the king.
Yep.
That's kind of a big fucking deal.
I thought he still had it here.
He's got a daughter.
Okay. And
that was son.
Well, because they wrote out the other son, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They did.
Maelor not born yet. Unless Helena's, pregnant now, but I feel like we would have heard something about that.
Yeah, probably. Well, you think.
Maybe.
So Lars Strong is talking to him, and Aegon's basically, he's like, you've got to get out of here. Your brother wants to kill you. He's pissed that he fled. He said he fled in fear from Rhaenyra and her dragons. And you're going to get killed, or Rhaenyra's going to come here and burn everybody down. We need to get out until everything calms down, and then you can come back and reclaim your throne. So while Lars is saying this, Aegon's like, I can't pee. It still runs down my leg, and it really hits him though that honestly he's at the point like, why am I even freaking doing this? But Lars talks him into it. That's what he does. He's like, you can be the rebuilder. You can be, and then Aegon says, I could be the realm's delight.
Yeah.
Because he wants that. He wants the people to love him. And that, like Laris's suggestion here, took me by surprise. I was not expecting that to be proposed, but that does make sense. It's like, okay, that's interesting. And Aegon's kind of perspective, as is replying, how is saying, I don't have manhood anymore. He was basically expressing that he has no reason to live. But then Laris actually kind of gives him a reason, like, you could be loved again. And that's what he latches onto. I found that interesting.
The expression, by the way, of Aemond is going to kill you, like from Laris in very straight ways. There's a shot of Aegon just realizing that is true, and then realizing his whole life, basically. How did I get up? How did I end up here? So I just felt like it was the actor's done such a fucking good job. Tom Glyn Carney, I think is his name.
Surprisingly good. So there's two characters from the books that weren't fleshed out that the actors, Viserys and Aegon, like actors have both like made them into like real characters.
To be honest, essentially every character.
Okay, well,
every character that we've seen has been like every single one of them, from Criston Cole to Otto Hightower to every single fucking character.
Not Viserys though.
This is. Well, she has more, but we don't like what they're doing with her. Yes. Yeah. But every single character in the episode has been, there's been a lot more added to them than what the book has.
Yeah. But like Daemon's fleshed out pretty well in the book, right? You get an idea of Daemon. You don't really get an idea of Viserys and Aegon other than they're like kind of horrible drunks. Different, one's more evil, far more evil. Viserys wasn't evil. He was just a drunk and kind of a glutton. That's the impression you got, right? Of course, unreliable narrator. That's why the show, till the end of this episode, has been better than the books. So We got
something
Laura.
interesting.
Sure.
I would in this scene is the sort of the ending of the conversation. Though not to jump ahead, if there was something that happened prior in the scene. That was what I mean. There's a lot that's worth talking about in this scene. It's pretty great. That the conversation ends with them kind of talking about the titles that Aegon could acquire with the course of action that he's taking. I suppose it's interesting with a contrast where I believe it was in episode 1, where wasn't it he was sitting around with his friends talking about like the ideas for names that he could give himself, and he was kind of scoffing at the idea of what was it, the more passive names, I suppose, or more peaceful ones. To this point, he seems to have actually really come around to the idea of his legacy and his status being that of like a peacemaker,
not
of
to
restoring stability and instead of bringing about violence.
Not to undermine that more meaningful thing, but I couldn't help but notice one of the names they suggest is Dragoncock, and it's like, oh. You know, I assume that was a bit of cruel word.
Little foreshadowing there.
Yeah.
What do you think Larys's goals are here? Because I find it very intriguing.
Self-preservation, I would assume.
Also, some sense kindred spirits. I think that has to be part of it, is that he actually like sees himself now in Aegon, that they're both in a similar position, that they're both I suppose you could say like disadvantaged physically to the point that they now have to overcome that in this world through acumen and intelligence and tact.
That's a possibility.
I think it's possible. I don't think it's entirely entirely selfless. He's not getting in with Aemond. Aegon's his best shot at becoming.
Aemond is uncontrollable. Aemond is he knows that his life will probably end at some point if he's next to Aemond throughout this thing, either from Aemond or because of Aemond's decisions.
Yep.
Especially now with the fucking dragons.
Yeah.
So we got Lady Rhaena chasing
the first of many scenes.
Sheep stealer.
Sorry.
This reminds me.
These got funnier and funnier the more they went on.
Yeah. So this was for me a callback to Alicent like going to the Kingswood to take a swim last episode.
Gary, you know what it reminds me of is the fucking Holy Grail, the John Cleese running and then cuts over to
yeah. Hey.
Oh man.
This is one of like 5 times that they show Rhaena trying to track down a dragon who shall remain nameless, I suppose.
I just don't care. I don't care. It's not interesting to me. Like, it's boring.
Yeah, they could have cut every single intermediate her searching scene, because they already set it up at the end of last episode that she's gone off looking for it.
And if they just how long she's away from the group.
You know why, right? It's to show how much fucking power is behind her desire to get this dragon, and that's why it'll accept her as a rider. Look how much she's sacrificed. Look how strong her will was. She spent days and nights starving. That's why she gets to have the dragon. I think it would have been way fucking more satisfying for it to just eat her when she arrived. So much better.
I think they probably should have
balls for doing that.
I think they probably should have just had one sequence with her that was 60 seconds long, showing her like hungrily or like very thirsty with the water, showing her cold at night, and finally seeing the dragon and running towards it or whatever. And I think that would have been fine. I don't think they needed to edit them in with little 15-second gaps throughout the entire thing.
Wouldn't there be a search party for her? It's kind of important. She's royalty.
I actually do think this is partly a problem. She's abandoned her family with this insane quest, and she's going to fuck up like dragon. The deal.
This whole entire war is being fought over heirs, and you're like losing. Like somebody who could make more heirs is gone. They're not going to come after her. That's insane. The rules of this world is absolutely insane.
Which she's definitely risking by doing this. Does she understand that her the deal made with Jane Aaron and Rhaenyra involved their protection? If you just die or fall off the map, Rhaenyra's got every right to burn the Eyrie. Like, she's fucking mad about this. But she doesn't seem to give a shit. She's like, yeah, but I want my dragon. Like, could you?
That's what's so
tell
frustrating. It's
someone?
the only thing she has. She wants a dragon, and that's why it would be good if she didn't get it. Like that would actually be because it's just so boring to have it be like, oh yeah, she's running around. Oh no, what's gonna happen? She's gonna get the dragon. She's obviously gonna get the dragon. Boring.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's yeah, that's pretty obvious. And even like with intermediate scenes of it, I think it's conveyed in the last scene. She's dirty, she's tired. Even that alone could convey that, yeah, she's been searching for a while and she's exhausted. And they could have just cut straight to there and had that ending and confrontation.
Yeah, Ryan's right. I mean, like, you don't leave the scene out. You just don't make as many as you did.
Yeah, you just make one scene that's 60 seconds. You don't need to throw the 15-second ones here and there throughout like 6 parts of the episode.
Right. So I guess we can safely say, unless she gets eaten, no nettles. So there you go. There's going to be some people upset about that. We'll see how it goes with the story. But like logically within this world, for me, like with the rules they set up, this makes no sense. At least, I mean, if you wanted to take away one of these scenes and have one of a bunch of guards going, where the fuck is she? Or something. No, they just left without her. I'm guessing they just like, oh, she didn't make it. Oh, well, Targaryen royalty. We'll just leave her out there.
Yeah.
Nettles, right? Is this, I don't know what this Nettles is. Is that something that could be in next season or
no,
something they
probably
cut?
not. So Nettles is very ironically a little brown girl who was the writer of Sheep Stealer. She is the one in the book that was able to essentially lay out, like, basically tease Sheep Stealer and be able to tame Sheep Stealer and ride Sheep Stealer
by offering Sheep Stealer sheep.
Exactly.
She just fed it
and slowly get comfortable enough that the dragon would let her ride it. That looks like it's going to be pretty much this entire season. It's felt like that's kind of going to be Rhaena as soon as we saw those sheep that were burned and we heard about a dragon in the Vale. But the irony is that was the one little black girl that, should have been in the story and it's now not. Got a couple other little black girls.
And that all took place on Dragonstone, right? So it didn't take place in the Eyrie. All right, so yeah, she's running with nobody chasing her, whatever. Then we have Jace. This is a good scene with Ulf.
Yeah, like this is Ulf. All he needed was a fucking dragon, and now like all the worst parts of his personality, he's free to put them on display for everybody right now, and it's not the spot to do it.
It's like he's tailor-made to piss off Jace specifically. Everything, all of his insecurities from the previous episodes, Ulf is just all of those brought to life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting as well, because he was one of the more reluctant. He was a bit more reluctant to even do it in the first place. He kind of got pushed into doing it. And now he's just like, yeah, I got a dragon, which is good to see. It's good to see the ramifications of giving dragons out to a bunch of people who you don't know. It might embolden their worst traits because now they're very powerful.
Yep. And I do think too that I don't feel like I don't feel like it would be quite as rewarding to see them, I suppose, if we hadn't had those snippets in throughout these other episodes throughout the season.
I agree.
Which, standalone in those episodes, you do kind of question, should they have put that there? I think now that we see like the totality of it and kind of how important they really are going to be through this story, didn't actually go into this next thing, it kind of feels better.
Yeah. It wasn't that they didn't serve a purpose. It's that we were like, you're obviously showing this to us for reasons other than you're stating in the scenes themselves. I guess we'll just have to wait for what that purpose is. It's not very careful or subtle of them. Meanwhile, like remember, it was like episode 2 or 3. We were talking about how first time we see Hugh is an Aegon and Otto scene. It's very well done, I would say, in terms of bringing us this new character, giving us a little bit of him without letting us know he's going to have a really important role. But then you get very much like in the middle of 2 really important scenes, you'll be like, look, this is Hugh and his family. We're like, okay.
Yeah, and, it's just, that's how TV shows, if you understand how TV shows work, you're seeing it because it matters. But if you don't know why yet, you just have to go, okay, I guess I just got to wait and see why this will matter.
Yeah. Obviously, especially Adam, I'm very fond of the eventual payoff we got for him with this season, but ultimately I still think that there could have been a better use of each of these characters' build-ups. where it wasn't as obvious that they were going to be playing the roles that they eventually play. Like the show, I feel like the show at its best is better than that usually.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ulf is the crass one, the one who
Yes.
Hugh
is the respectful one.
He's totally gonna leg it when he's put into the battle. He is a coward. That's what they're setting up. It really feels like as soon as his life is going to be on the line, he's going to flee.
Something that I had a thought about. Wouldn't there's potential drama on the table here that I don't know. Maybe they're saving it for season 2, but wouldn't Hugh have a bit of his daughter died because of the blockade that Rhaenyra set? I feel like that's something that he should be bringing up.
Yeah,
and we've also now seen, and Hugh's reaction was interesting as well in the later scene when Rhaenyra is basically like, "Yeah, we're gonna go burn all these fucking people," and they're like,
I suppose we'll get there, but like my issue with that was that she didn't seem to properly explain why that was the conclusion. It's like you need to set the board for them. You need to explain the history. You need to talk about how much death and destruction the Greens have wrought first.
Exactly.
You can't expect any person, let alone somebody who is one of those small folk or was before he got a dragon, to just be chill with that.
There's times where Rhaenyra forgets the lead up, and that's been pretty consistent. So maybe that's part of her character. They are showing like she's really inexperienced and she didn't pay attention when she was the cupbearer, as we've all brought up before. I think that's come across the inexperience. I think Ulf is funny as hell. I think they actually
he's hilarious.
So good. I think he's somebody who grew up in King's Landing. Would definitely act like this.
Well, I mean, the stand-up moment for me was just she's like, your behavior is not becoming of a knight, and he's like, well, then knight me.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah. And him being like, "Yeah, I'll take on Vhagar, no problem." It's like, you have no fucking idea what you're getting into right now.
Nope.
And Rhaenyra didn't really have any idea what she's getting into and putting them on dragons either, to be honest. But like Ulf's response to Jace chastising him is like the worst thing he could do, which is, "Oh, we're kind of like family, bro. Us Targaryens got to stick together." And it is the worst thing he could have said to Jace in the moment.
Yes.
See, I might be one of the ones out because Ulf was annoying me because of how stupid he was being, and I think I was feeling Jace's annoyance more through him. It's like, I'm ready to see that guy get killed.
You're supposed to be. I think that's the exact feeling you're supposed to have about Ulf. So yeah, they have a little exchange, and Ulf is being Ulf. We'll see how that works out. And then we finally get this scene that we've long needed. The queen talking to her hand. And the hand giving her some pretty good advice because she wanted to show restraint again. She's like, "Well, hey, we've got more dragons than they do."
And you know for a fact, Corlys wanted to be like, "Are you fucking kidding me? All this work, all the people who've died, we finally have the advantage, and you want to hold off again?"
Yeah. But that's in line with her character. She's been so hesitant to act decisively through everything. And so when he said that, I literally have a note like, she's not going to. And then her follow-up is like, yeah, maybe our strength will now be a deterrent and we don't need to act. It's like, there we go. Yep. So she's being consistent, I guess.
Yeah. Well, an entire town got burned down. So in Aemond's rage. And that gets brought up. It's like, we can't let that go, and we need to strike now. Like, we have the advantage, let's fucking go. And he finally gives her some good advice, and she listens. But there's one variable.
If only she fucking spoke to him first the whole season,
or only only spoke to Corlys.
Yep.
And we get a little thing, he renamed his ship the Queen Who Never Was.
Yep.
I feel like we could have used more Corlys in this season in general.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we got enough of the fallout of Rhaenys death from him. Like we see the scene at Driftmark where he tear runs down his cheek, and we see it kind of be the impetus for him to agree to be hand and shit. But I don't feel like we've got enough of him in general dealing with the council.
It probably should have been a scene for him and Rhaenyra about Rhaenys.
I actually think there should have been a scene for him and Rhaenyra about Laenor. Like,
You could
because
do both, I guess.
Yeah.
like I feel like at this point in time, right, Rhaenys thought that she and Daemon killed Laenor. So you can probably assume that Corlys had that inkling as well. And yeah, they agreed to come. They agreed to come fight with her. They aligned themselves with her at the end of season 1. But especially now that Sea Smoke has been mounted by another one of, like, she doesn't know, I guess. They might be saving that for when like he reveals, like, if he does reveal that Adam and Alan are his kids, like are actually his sons. Maybe that's what they're saving it for, because she wouldn't know that Sea Smoke just chose somebody who probably reminds him of Laenor. But I feel like there would be one point you'd be like, hey, just so you know, like, Laenor was alive, but now I'm not quite so sure because his dragon has another rider.
Yeah.
So I know
Yeah.
I'm telling you that your son didn't die, but maybe he actually is dead.
Laenor does get mentioned, kind of, but not in that way. And I agree that would have helped a little bit, since that was changed, and you never know what's going to happen for. So, yeah, Corlys talks her into actually taking action, and yes, he's renamed his ship. So then we've got Daemon at Harrenhal. I know everybody's been loving that, by the way.
I was
I mean,
loving
we
it.
have for the most
And
part.
I have,
We've
yeah.
been loving it,
I
but
don't
it's
have a
something
single
more,
problem with it.
Controversial among the audience.
But it has been. So he's got his army now.
I've enjoyed the fuck out of Daemon's entire arc, basically.
Yep.
Especially with the payoff we got in this episode for Daemon's arc. It really does make like a lot of sense, the kind of story they were taking him through. Could they have done it and wrapped it up in a couple, maybe another fewer episode? Yeah, maybe. But I liked it. Especially knowing some of the, I guess, limitations that there are with Daemon based off the book as well.
Right. Sorry. Forgive me. So he what was this guy the knight's name again, the Lord's name, last name? I'm blanking.
Oh.
Broom?
Who did they send?
Yeah, I think Broom is probably it. I think, yeah.
Brune.
He's with Daemon. Chad will help me. I don't know the names as well as I know a Song of Ice and Fire. And he finally makes it, Rhaenyra sent him off, and he makes it to kind of assess the situation. Daemon's like, yep, got my army. We're good to go. It's good timing. So they go out to the Godswood. Lots of time spent in the Godswood. And
I was surprised. Sorry, I was surprised at how far the Godswood was away from the Harrenhal castle itself. They have to go through this big tunnel because they show the distance of this one. I was like, okay.
They need some privacy.
Well, yeah, that's a long walk. And in the previous episodes, they showed Daemon just kind of wandering out there by accident.
You wonder what they said in between that.
I very much got that vibe. What did you guys talk about for the 3-kilometer walk to get there?
So what'd you eat on the way here? You know? So they're in the Godswood, and he basically states that you're the king. We need you. She's Rhaenyra's faltering. While her intentions are good, it's not helping us during this war. We need a king. And Daemon just smiles. Why am I blanking? Simon Strong is watching this whole thing go down, by the way.
And there was you probably needed to have closed captions.
Oh no, I saw this. Yes.
But there was, like, as they walk in there, and Room's about to be like, hey, fuck Rhaenyra, we need you. There's like just a whisper of wind, or maybe something that comes through the Godswood, comes through the Weirwood, and it says traitor.
It says traitor, yes.
Oh.
And I wouldn't have caught that if the closed captions weren't on. But yeah, that was interesting. And yeah, the magic is ramped up in this, like, big time. And I that's one thing I love. That's one thing that Game of Thrones was lacking a little bit, and they are making up for that. That's why so many things are happening in front of a heart tree for a reason. By the way, the tree in it's here, right?
It's in Harrenhal. I think it's
it's
the face is supposed to be George
R.R. Martin. Yeah. Saw that.
Not Lucas, but R.R. Martin. Yes.
So Daemon just kind of smiles. He just kind of smiles when he hears that. And at that moment in time, he's like, yeah, you're fucking right. Damn right. I'm the king. I'm the king, bitch.
But he doesn't
Although
really.
his response is he says, "I didn't take you for a turncoat," in an accusatory manner.
Yeah, and then he kind of wanders off. So he doesn't embrace the traitorness, but he also doesn't like smack him down and say, "How dare you say that about your queen?"
Which he could have done immediately.
He's still on the fence a little bit. He's still like, maybe, you know,
because kind of like after like going through all these visions and him essentially hearing from all these people that the crown isn't what you think it should, like you don't really fucking want this, Daemon. It's not really what you want. Then he's provided with this opportunity with the gigantic army at his back and somebody on the inside saying, "Hey, we're ready to make you king."
Something to think about. Don't want to close that option. So, and Simon Strong, by the way, who's fucking brilliant this whole season.
Yeah, he might be the season 2 MVP for me because he's just been so much fun.
I'm gonna miss his random faces in the background.
Yeah, it's a role that could easily have been nothing in terms of just he's just there and he fills but the actor's done such a good job. He's very noticeable. Like all the little things he was doing in the background when Rhaenyra arrives at Harrenhal were fucking having us in stitches almost. He's just having a good time, you know.
So well, we'll get to that one scene we were laughing our asses off when it's so funny. It's so good. Sorry, go on, Chad.
He was off the side, listening. I couldn't tell if he could hear, and if he could, whose side would he be thinking was being treacherous? It sounded like in context with the message he sent that it was Daemon, but if he could hear what was actually being said, he would think the other guy is the potential traitor.
They left that open.
I assume he may not even have heard what they said. He might just be going off of vibes.
Yeah.
Like things aren't right here. This doesn't.
You'd have to have really good hearing. He was pretty far away.
All right, so I think that makes sense then.
Unless he's in league with Alice Rivers, so which he could be. But we have the next scene with Iron Rod and Aemond, and Aemond's just shutting everything down. He's gonna make things harder for the fishermen. He's making it harder for the small folk in St. King's Landing, based on the news of Rhaenyra getting the dragons. And Aemond's attitude is this is why he'd be a terrible king. They're just gonna have to make a sacrifice. We all do. That's his line right there, which isn't good. Aemond's not doing the greatest job of ruling right now.
They do make clear he's unraveling because of this is a rare experience he's having right now, which is he used to be on top of the world. Now he had to run away, right? So he's not feeling good. He's lashing out, and we're about to get a big dose of that in the next scene.
Yes, we are with Helaena, Alicent, and Aemond. Aemond charges in, and first the scene opens up with Alicent talking to Helaena and saying, "We need to get out of here. What do you think about leaving?" And Helena's like, "Where would I go?" And then Aemond comes in and says, "The crown needs you. You need to get on your dragon and start fighting." And she's like, "No, I'm not going to burn anybody." And it kind of gets broken up by Alicent, and she's like, "What the hell are you doing?" She couldn't ride a dragon. I mean, like we've already seen her break, in with the riot in King's Landing. Like she wouldn't be great on a dragon, even if she didn't intend to burn anybody. She would fucking burn a lot of people probably. So it's probably not a very good idea practically. And
could you imagine if like Helaena does get on Dreamfire and has one of her fucking panic attacks in Dreamfire, like basically replicates like her emotions, has a fucking panic attack, like
it just burns the shit out of King's Landing.
Yeah, like maybe Dreamfire will have a panic attack later.
Yeah, maybe they've changed so much. It's like I have no idea at this point. So Aemond,
I was hoping we'd get to see her on Dreamfire. To be honest, we got
so. If we can be a little honest here, they've been a little sneaky with the promo for this episode. Essentially, has all of the biggest moments of this episode in it. So when it's like, Helaena, I'm gonna need you to get Dreamfire, it's like, ooh, that's gonna be interesting to see in the episode. And then the episode is, Helaena, I'm gonna need you to get Dreamfire. You're like, okay, yeah. I guess that was more for next season then. All right,
sure. Like most of this episode. Orwell is asked by Alicent if he can be discreet and secure passage. That sets up something for later, but I don't want to talk about right now. I'm still
we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
Then we get the one and only Cole scene.
I liked this scene.
This scene was good.
I really liked it too, but it's the only one.
I really liked the scene, and I wish we got a little more of Gwaine this season, but I like Gwaine as well. Criston Cole, a beaten down man.
Yes, he is.
He's the one character that I think for this season has gone up since the previous one in terms of repairing. They did a little damage to him in the end of season 1, but I feel like they've recovered that damage in this one for the most part. I quite like him again. Whenever he turns up, I'm mostly happy. He's a dynamic character who's had to go through shit tons. He's changed. He's got interesting things to say. And a little detail I kind of like of this, or I guess it's a big detail, depends on what you look around and see, but when Gwaine pulls the sword at him, all the men in the screen are looking. They're all just like, what the fuck?
What is going on here?
Yep.
It's like, are those two like our leaders? It's like,
Calling out,
they can't hear the discussion, you know?
Yeah. Him sleeping with the queen, or queens, and dishonoring the cloak. And yeah, I love his response. He's all, yeah.
Well, he's just a full-blown nihilist now.
Yeah,
he's just like an outright nihilist.
Not only that, he's quick with the arguments, right? He goes through you're going to destroy your sister? Like, what would be the fucking point of that? Secondly, you're not going to do much damage to me. I already hate myself. I tried to kill myself. And then thirdly, I'm doing all the things you have a problem with me for are a result of your sister basically taking care of me. So,
yep.
I don't know what you want me to say. Like, It's
he
does such a good job, and the actor has been fantastic this season as well.
He's got so many great lines in this. It's like poetry. Some of them. They're so. What was the one of the dragons dance?
When the dragons dance, people are like dust beneath them or something.
Yeah.
I think that's a fucking line from. I don't know if it's from Fire and Blood. It feels like it's a line from the book though. That it sounds familiar to me, and they've had a lot of those throughout this entire 2 seasons. They've had a lot of lines specifically pulled straight from the book and uttered from people, which is nice.
But it's
a nice touch.
It basically, I mean, what he expresses in this is that all of the ideals, in his view, are ultimately meaningless in the face of this power. That like what does honor and anything mean to him when his fate is entirely at the hands of powers beyond his control or comprehension? It's like the complete loss of, to the point that he's pretty fatalist there. Like, we're going to die, basically, is his attitude.
Yeah,
like, we
over.
march towards annihilation. It's over. So, in that sense, he's, he's, this season's done a lot to help him out after episode 9, leading with him slamming that dude down on the table. We've recovered a bit from there.
Well, it shows that he wants to believe in those ideals, and it's when he said, like, I forget the exact line where he holds his sword, is like, I'll do what I can, or seek justice by the sword, or something like that. But then again, the fatalist side comes in a bit later, where it's like, doesn't matter because we're all going to die, the dragons are going to kill us, basically. But that kind of side to him, that he still kind of wants to have those ideals, that part of him is still there, and that in my view, his character helped it a bit. It was like, okay, he still has that side to him. Is just,
sure,
feeling very regretful.
Well, regretful and black-pilled, but then he says, after this, he's all, we're gonna die, and I'm paraphrasing, and that would be a relief. Wouldn't that be a relief? And he asked that as a question to Gwaine, and Gwaine's like,
what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah.
It totally like spreads to Gwaine. He's like,
it does, because he's like, yeah.
He's like, I saw the same thing. I mean, you got a point. This is pretty gnarly.
So Gwaine just kind of sits next to him after pulling his sword. He's like,
yeah,
fuck, you got a point.
This all started when, like, Criston pulls out the favor that he still has from Alicent.
Yes.
And is, like, admiring it and sniffing it and all this shit. And Gwaine just pulls out his sword. He's like, you fucking cocksucker.
Is that the thing that, like, made him know, or do you reckon he knew it for a while now and it just made him snap?
I think he knew it, like he saw their interactions right before they first
Mm-hmm.
left, and there was definitely something to that. So my guess is he like kind of suspected, and then that was kind of the trigger
It
point
does,
for him.
yeah, it does look like the sniff put him over the edge because it's funny. He says, "Do you think nothing of your oath?" And Cole's reaction to that is just,
I think about it every day. I think about it every day, and how I didn't hold to it at all.
Well, it's just such a matter of like, you can't put any more shame on me than I've done for myself. You're like,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Cut at this point. And he just sits down. He's right. So then we get
Look, sorry, it's a very small thing, but it's one of those things I appreciate. When you have a scene where there's some really good close-ups of the swords and they're playing a role in like emphasizing points and they hold it up to say, I wish I could live by this. It's important that the swords look good. And we got close-ups. And yeah, it's like it weren't the kind of foam blood ones. It's like they got the good props in. It's like, nice. Anyway, I appreciate those things.
Yeah, so we have mud wrestling with Admiral Lohar and Tyland. And I thought he would get his ass kicked, to be honest with you.
So did I. I didn't know if he was going to be able to hold his own, but
Against,
I was proud of Tyland for getting the trip up, the fucking punch to the stomach and the punch to the face. It's like, yes, Tyland, go for it, buddy.
I like that we're seeing these also like all the other guys, some of them like with like the blue dye in their beards and hair and shit like that. I love the fact that they put those little details in there.
Yeah, because they pussied out of that in Game of Thrones, didn't they?
Yes.
With
Dario Naharis.
Dario Naharis, yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed.
I was trying to think of
Dario's hair, and I was like,
5 fucking minutes during this.
So that's intentional. I noticed the blue hair, and I was like, and blue beard. I was like, well, okay, that's interesting.
It's something they do in like the Free Cities or whatever. Like a couple characters, like very specifically, but yeah, there's a lot of that.
Oh, and Essos, they do things like they oil up their hair and have it look like birds and shit. Like that's a whole thing there.
They have beards that'll like have multiple points in them, with like different dye and shit. Yeah, they do weird shit like that.
Didn't they have a reference in season 1 to, they say like it's Leno, he says like there's a pirate who has a pink beard or something like that, and he's excited to fight him. Do you remember that? It's like one of the it's in the latter half of the season. It's where it's before Rhaenyra is like, you stupid piece of shit, our whole family is about to be destroyed, and he's like, huh?
What? Yes. So it's good that they're getting into more of A Song of Ice and Fire of it all in aesthetics. I appreciate that. Purple Eyes would have helped too with the Targaryens, but there you go. I'm a stickler. So yeah, the YouTuber loses to Tyland, and he, I guess it's safe to say it, right? Well, I don't give a shit, to be honest with you. But he, because it's a he in the show, agrees to go with Tyland. And we have Jace. Jace being pouting. Hey,
it's the show's words, not mine, okay?
Yes. And Bela, who genuinely likes Jace, more in the books than in this, but genuinely likes Jace, kind of gives him a little pep talk and says, you know, I know you're a bastard, and she's always known, and I don't care. And it's not the dragon, that it's not all about being with the dragon, that whole scene, right? But he's also got a good cause for concern, like, you know, like his concerns are well thought out. Like, we are just giving nuclear bombs to anybody at this point.
Yeah. And this whole thing was Jace's idea, right?
Yes.
Like he's the one that presented it to Rhaenyra, but he wasn't under the impression that it was just going to go to, you know, he is a self-hating bastard after all. He didn't think it was just going to go to a bunch of fucking no-name people that like rose from the gutter. He thought it was going to be, you know, look across at all these different houses we're allied with, like these people who are noble, who know actually how to present themselves and know about like our cause and our history, like all these things. He wasn't anticipating an Ulf. But now he's got one.
Yeah, I mean, the scene is standard. She says, you know, you shouldn't base your value on having a dragon or having the right hair color or blah, 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 or your station. It should be that you have a role to play, and that is being by your mother's side and, you know, being the heir. It's the kind of thing that's like, yeah, that's probably the way to go for him this season in terms of just his insecurities, and then being like, you're fine. It's not about all the things you're worrying about. You little goober, get on with it. I don't think he will.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's Bela and Jace do actually care about each other, which is not super common for people that are in these arranged, like what in the show in general, but also for people that are in these fucking like arranged marriages, like so many of the highborn people are effectively.
Also, Gary, what are you doing? Skipping past a Rhaena scene?
Oh, did I?
Did you? Yeah. Jeez.
Oh. I'm so sorry. Did I do that?
I mean, how are we to follow the events if you're just going to skip?
Oh, there she is.
Gosh, terrible.
Where is she? Oh. It was so important to watch her. Like, am I even going to be able to click on it? Like,
it's they show that her shoes are like fucked up. I don't know if it's to imply a lot of days have passed, but of course, yes, she's struggling. Just go get that.
I am so sorry. I missed her not get the dragon for the second time.
Maybe next time she'll get
struggling, and no one showing a search party looking for the Targaryen running around in the wild. Jesus Christ.
Fine. Yeah, you'd think they'd have one fucking down a horse that would have found her already, you know? She wouldn't have been hard to track. She's just
That's true,
around.
actually. Yeah. Just get a dog that can track scent, or even the trails.
Yeah, she's chipped. All the Targaryens are chipped.
That's the thing, like I said it before, but Jane is in trouble if she doesn't account for her. She would be like, what are you talking about? She abandoned... we went from the castle to the ship. How did you lose her? And they're going to be like, I don't really know how we lost her. She just disappeared.
So Tyland is with Admiral Lohar again. And she agrees. I'm sorry. He agrees. See, I did it. Fuck. It agrees. It agrees to go with Tyland. And they're off. And they mention the sea snake. And they mentioned the gullet. That's what they're off to do. Now, where's the gullet? That is where the blockade is. That's where the blockade of the sea snake ships. Very important location. Okay. Very important location. And they're sailing off. So that was all set up.
Mm-hmm.
Some more.
And he gets to have sex with the guy's wives.
Yeah. So, yeah, they certainly set up. We're like, I want to have children with you. And he's like, I want you to sleep with my wives. And he goes, how many do you have? We don't get an answer. It's a lot, by the way. It's a lot.
Like
a long night, Tyland, you know.
That's Tyland's long night. For perspective, the gullet is basically like the area between Dragonstone and the location that we just saw got the shit burned out of it in, was it Sharp Point or whatever?
Yeah, something like that.
It's that little area before it kind of opens up into Blackwater Bay.
Okay, I have a question then.
Of Sharp Point getting burned is 1-to-1 the scene in the fucking promo.
Yes.
If Aemond is willing to take out Vhagar and do some damage, why doesn't he go and destroy the blockade? Is it because he thinks there would be dragons covering it still, or?
You'd have to be careful. Okay. Wow, Vhagar's pretty tough. That's a good question.
Well, and especially now, right? But before the entire impetus behind not having Vhagar do something like that is you have to be very careful when you move Vhagar out, because he's also the protection. This is the only protection for King's Landing.
Yep.
Is Vhagar. So as he's chasing a dragon away from King's Landing and towards Dragonstone, and he realized, holy fuck, they've got a lot more dragons than I expected. As he turns around and heads to go home, he's like, what the fuck? I need to do something, and burns Sharp Point.
Yeah, as big as Vhagar is, you still have to think about, is this worth losing your dragon for, even if you go out? But the biggest anchor is King's Landing. Leaving King's Landing open is dumb, because while you're destroying, for example, while you're just if they went out and destroyed the blockade, then Rhaenyra could just hop on her dragon and go to King's Landing and sit her ass on that throne, and then all of a sudden all your legitimacy is gone. Like,
I think this question was raised last time. I think because and the answer is just that strategically it's a complicated move. You got to be careful. But it's like, but he has now been shown to willingly go out to Sharp Point, spend that time burning it, and then marvel of his achievement. Is like, you could have argued that was an insane move, which the show seems to believe it is. And it's like, so why isn't he making? So why isn't he making other insane moves that seem would likely that blockade is causing all of the issues?
The argument in is and I don't know if they've really showed this. I'm just throwing it out there that he's kind of fighting against his own restraint. Like, he'll show it once in a while, but he'll lose his shit. And he decided to lose his shit on something that was pretty easy. It's still stupid as hell, like absolutely dumb move by him. And you got to keep the small folk in mind. I think we're beyond that now in terms of he's lost. There's no favor that Aemond would have with the small folk left. It's all well, he never had any. Like, well, no, I mean for him, for them, yeah. If they had any at all for him, it's gone. I'm sure it's gone, and they just live in fear.
They could possibly explain it because with Rhaenyra having 7 dragons now or something on her side, just a simple line saying like, if he took that far point or whatever, why didn't he take the blockade? And then someone responds, she's got too many dragons that are too close to the blockade, and it'll be too much. And I think that
like Sharp Point is like essentially Dragonstone is one side of what would be referred to as the gullet. Sharp Point is the complete opposite side of that. Just to. I guess
there could be a logistical explanation that the blockade is just still too close to Dragonstone.
I think it's a good question, though. But they've allowed a lot of stuff to get set up without doing anything. But then there's that wild card of Aemond who would just do whatever the fuck he wants, destroy the blockade.
Something I meant to ask because you guys would know. I guess presumably you know much better on this front because it was something that I was trying to figure out. I didn't have an answer to. What's with how long it takes for dragons to mature?
It does differ, and I feel like they haven't been like totally 100% consistent. But there are different things, including if they're kept. The one that I actually have
fed, for sure.
How they're fed, if they're active or not, if they're actively flying, if they're kept in the dragon pit. Like, there's a lot of things that can affect and like stifle a dragon's growth. If they're not flying around doing shit, they don't grow really. The one thing that I do have a problem with the way everything in the show's been shown is the size of Sunfire. That's pretty much the only thing, because I don't think we had enough. We didn't have enough to see how much Aegon was riding Sunfire to be like, oh, definitely he could be bigger than Cyrax. You know what I mean? Because Sunfire looks bigger than Cyrax to me.
Yep.
That's the only one that I think is really off.
It's to me, it feels odd to consider Drogon's size compared to his age, and then looking at Arax and Vermax, the size of them compared to their ages.
I think Drogon is a little big for his age.
Yes.
But he's also never been kept anywhere other than out.
Yep.
But
he was free to eat how much he wanted.
Yeah.
Vermax and Arax are very small by comparison, and they're older than Drogon, like significantly, one of them at least.
According to George, I get not in the show, by the way, not in the show, but according to George, an argument could be made if the dragons were just kept at King's Landing and maybe away from Dragonstone, because there's something about them being on Dragonstone.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the boys dragons were kept in the dragon pit. That's why Sunfire to me is the only outlier, because to me Vermax and Sunfire are probably around the same age and probably should be relatively the same size.
Yep.
But it's because we just don't have any evidence. But
for them to get really big, it takes years and years and years.
Yeah, but things like Sea Smoke being so much bigger than Cyrax, even though they're probably around the same age, that is believable to me, because Cyrax because Sea Smoke was actually out there doing shit, actually taking part in battles, whereas Cyrax is just Rhaenyra went and rode him every once in a while type of vibe.
Right.
Sunfire doesn't make any sense to me.
No. We have a council, not a council scene. We have a scene with the Dragon Riders around dinner. We got Ulf and Hugh and everybody. And Rhaenyra's laying out her plan to go to war, finally. And she gets a little clap back here. You wish for us to kill innocents. And as
Which
Ryan
struck
mentioned,
me honestly as weird because I was like, oh, has Rhaenyra not taught them about war? Like,
Yeah.
Surely you've had this conversation at this point. We've been at war for a while. The notion that we will have to burn innocent people is going to come up eventually.
Yeah, that's unavoidable.
She does try and explain that, the lives that you'll be forced to take will save many, many more lives in the long run, kind of. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's a sentence.
Yeah, no, of course. That would be my expectation of the standard. And you'd expect the dialogue here to be like, we've discussed that it could come to this. You understand the reason for it. And then, Baela's objection could be, we better not, like, no wanton violence. Like, this needs to be strategic. That sort of commentary. I could expect that. It's just weird to be like, burning innocents? Like, well, yeah, somewhat.
What do you expect?
It's specifically Hugh's reaction to that is the one that's like interesting to me.
Yep. Yeah, you're not going to take the dragons aren't going out to cook food. They're gonna eat. They're gonna kill. That's what they do. So they have this little chat about getting ready to fight, and Ulf is, Ulf, and this is the scene where she says, "Well, we'll eventually make you knights, but there's something we need to do first. We need to go end this war right now." And Ulf is acting like an asshole, and she's, Rhaenyra says, "You'll behave like a knight at my table," and he goes, "Well, knight me."
Yeah, it's a bit of a very stark instance of, you need to understand he has a lot of power. This guy that you've just gotten to have a dragon.
Yep. So it's actually kind of an important scene. I'll just say that. Yeah. It's an important scene.
Well, yeah, I mean, in particular when he when she hears about what's happening in Harrenhal and then calls not Jace, like he's just got to stay at the table.
No, she says Adam, but it's still smart. It's a smart move.
Yeah, of course. To be honest with you, Jace should probably understand at this point exactly what's happening and why, right? Like, I'm taking the best of the three for loyalty on a dragon that's experienced in war, someone I could actually lose and not feel horrible about. You're my heir and my son. Like, it would have been maybe a bit neat for Jace to show that he understands the decision, but it
seems he's still pissed off about it, even though it's something that they've had a conversation about before, because they had it in episode 4, I believe, about who was going to go to fight in that battle.
Well, and also the thing, I think the conversation with Baela that we talked about earlier, I feel like her words to him, although kind of meant to, kind of uplift him and reassure him and everything like that. I feel like that idea of, hey, like keep showing everybody like you're way more than just this or just that. I feel like those words are probably going to weigh on him, and it's going to cause him to want to even be more involved than he has been already.
Yep.
So yeah, like even though the intention behind those words I think was good and pure, I feel like he might really take it to heart, and it might lead to some,
in a way, Robb Stark, right? Like, he was getting completely stuck in with all of the warfare when he didn't necessarily have to, but interestingly, that wasn't the cause of his downfall. That aspect, it was actually a boon to the army, like, significantly. So I could totally buy a character would want to get more involved, no matter what advice they're given. I mean, technically, that's what his mum's doing. Like, her going to Harrenhal is not a safe decision necessarily.
No. Neither was taken off to find Adam.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. And she calls Adam out because she gets a raven from Harrenhal, but not from Daemon or Broom.
And not from Broom.
That's right. Good old Simon.
Simon Strong.
Simon coming through, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he suspects treachery. Now it's kind of left open, but he says he suspects treachery, and she decides to go. And this is like the one time it totally makes sense for her to go. She can get there quick. Harrenhal is somewhat protected. I mean, she doesn't totally know that, but Daemon's there, and I don't think she'll think Daemon will kill her, even at this point. So she goes there with Adam. She also has protection. So it makes sense.
Yeah, the only one who could impose any measure of authority above Daemon is her. She couldn't really send anyone else.
And she does have a backup with her being Sea Smoke. So
yep. We got Alice Rivers waking up Daemon because he can't get a good night's sleep in Harrenhal. He asked her.
He's like, "Do you ever sleep, witch?" Like that's how he wakes up to her.
She's like, "I'm going to the God's Wood."
Going to the God's Wood.
And that's what they do. And this is I think this is awesome. I love this.
I'm trying to figure out her motivations now. Like I've been speculating that she has had this nefarious plan to maybe seduce him or something, but I'm not sure that's playing out now. And it seems like she has been trying to help Daemon out, get the armies, because we kind of know she was the one that poisoned the previous Lord Tully. But now it seems like the purpose of this scene is to get him to stop trying to be king. And because you're saying you're just playing a part in the story.
She's obviously at Greens here.
We've got the other components. This is a final component to push him completely over the edge on the decision, right? Because it still feels like, even with the scene with Broom, that he's that Daemon is making sure that no one knows exactly what his decision's gonna be for sure. Because I still think he's kind of thinking about it 100%. It's like if Rhaenyra were in front of him in that scene, would he tell her he's the king, not her? You know what I mean? It's like, would he do that? Like, But because remember, all the Viserys scenes, I think, highlight, in himself, his failure to support his own family and recognizing just how heavy and difficult that crown is. And then, of course, the scenes building up to it with realizing his guilt with what he's done to Rhaenyra, how he essentially controlled and created a lot of her while simultaneously destroying her, which is a lot of what she said to him. All of these things would still be in his head, swishing around. And now we get the big realization about the grand future of this world, which can't help but be bittersweet,
Well, in a sense, it's like it overwhelms the fundamental drive of he wants to be in charge of himself. Like he wants to be, that nobody tells him what to do, but then sort of realizing, well, you exist in a world that's very big and has a lot of things going on, and that it is kind of grander than you. And that this is just bombarding him with that to the point that, it basically pushes him over the edge.
There was also a spooky man with antlers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
I couldn't see what that was. Anybody make that out, Ryan?
No, I looked. That happened. I like fucking leaned forward because I thought we were going to get like a Children of the Forest appearance or something. Like that's what I thought initially.
Well, that's maybe what it was. And maybe they changed the look.
Maybe it came over from the Isle of Faces, which is
a green man. There you go. It's a green man. Good call, chat. That's a green man. I'm going to say it's a green man. Yeah, because the antlers. Yes,
a green man. Right. What is
you'll find out.
Green man. Okay,
you'll find out. I can't really say much more than that.
Sure,
but
Harrenhal's location is
right next to the. It's near the God's Eye, right?
Yeah.
So you have and then there's the Isle of Faces out there. So the Isle of Faces,
right across the bay, basically.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of weirwood trees. So and there's men out there, religious fanatics, we'll say.
Mm.
So that was a green man. That's right. That's like, oh shit, that's kind of cool. Everything about this is fucking cool, right? So we got a Targaryen connecting with the old gods, which is cool. Which is cool as hell. Absolutely cool as hell. So we get this scene where I wish I could show it all. Do you have your copy yet?
Yes, I can help you out on that one.
Let's not do the really obvious copy. Nobody from HBO is watching anyway.
That's we know.
What do you mean? HBO is a huge fan of the show.
Someone in the chat said Fringy is a green man.
True.
Well, look, right. I hear Green Man. I'm like, oh, what's that about? That's interesting.
Well, read the books, Fringy. I mean, they're not going to finish, but you could read the books.
I guess
finished.
4,700 Fire and Blood. Well, technically, it's not. It's part 1.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But this story is finished. So we go down the routes.
Is George planning on making it so that he basically writes the full history from Aegon's conquest all the way up to Arya stabbing the Night King?
Well, all the way up to like probably Robert's Rebellion type of thing.
Arya's not stabbing the fucking Night King in the legs.
Yeah.
That's
But-
fucking not happening.
Oh, Gary,
That's
did you
like
see the actress for fuck? I've forgotten her name now, but in The Boys, the one who is like mute, where she said she wants to be the one. She wants to be the one that kills Homelander, and she said
probably
it
will
would be. She said it would be an awesome moment to have like Arya killing the Night King.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
that series,
does she know?
that
Does she
series
know?
has been on the same trajectory as Game of Thrones, except it got there a lot fucking quicker.
That would it would
So
actually
there you go.
like as somebody who has not watched past season 2 because I hated that season. It would actually be insane if it was anybody but Butcher. That would be ridiculous, but who cares?
Well, so we go down the roots of the Weirwood tree, and Daemon starts having his vision. And who do we see? Who do we
Fucking
see?
Blood Raven, bro.
Blood Raven, dude.
Fucking Blood Raven.
It's fucking awesome.
It's like a 2-second sequence, but for
There he is. Now,
Yeah.
let's pause right there. They did put out like a little 6-minute teaser or 6-second
6-second teaser for Dunk and Egg.
for Duncan Egg. For
Oh,
Night of
I
the
haven't
Seven
seen that.
Kingdoms. So we'll show it before we go. Dude, Sir Duncan the Tall looks great. It looks pretty good.
I can't wait.
So yes, we get Blood Raven, Brynden Rivers, the bastard Targaryen,
God, yeah.
who's part Blackwood, part Targaryen, and an albino.
I need you to understand how much this means nothing to me.
I don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
It should.
No, I'm not trying to tell you not. I'm saying I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
It's so funny because there's like they're obviously they've changed a lot.
You know
of
who this
things.
character is?
You see him when he's really fucking old later.
You see him when he's really
Oh,
old. Yeah.
To be fair, that's the like fucking latter portions of Game of Thrones, and you
Yes,
don't
yeah.
learn a lot about him.
No,
He's
you don't.
more.
I feel like you can derive that from how he's sitting, and also the fact that they have a 3-eyed crow, like literally the next scene. But yeah, I do get it. It goes so fast for like people that don't know what they're looking for. That
Then
yeah, see, this comes out of him.
there comes a 3-eyed crow.
Also, there was no like birthmark on Max von Sydow.
No, there should have been.
It's
Okay.
Do you think it faded? Do you think it faded with age? It's
probably not.
yeah, probably not.
Well, the actor also changed between his season finale and the first episode. Of
Yeah, I got a haircut, by the
yeah,
way,
yeah, and a shave.
and a shave. No, the one in the original actor was far more accurate to the books. Then we get the White Walkers and the others. Now, question.
No Night King.
Nope.
We did hear, remember, in the production for season 2, we heard, hey, they're gonna be like showing White
did.
Walkers or whatever.
Yes.
And we were like, how are they gonna do that? Is it gonna be like a story from Krieg and Stark or whatever? I don't know if any of us were anticipating a Daemon vision sequence.
Not a Daemon vision sequence. I thought it might be a vision.
Right.
I was really curious how they were going to incorporate the Weirwoods, because they were certainly planting that seed, for lack of a better description, throughout the first season. And this part is totally paid off for me. I'm fine with this. It's freaking brilliant. All right. Then we go to, what's all this?
A lot
What's
of
all
dead
this?
dragons.
Lots of dead dragons.
I'm trying to think of which dragon that is. I don't. Because going from color and like the horns and everything, I'm not sure.
It looks more like Drogon than any of like the ones that I can think of in the show right
Like
now.
Vermac?
Well, you know, the wings remind me of the dragon that Rhaena bumps into at the end of the episode.
They're
Kinda.
well, the ones on the Stealer of Sheep are way like they like go into finer points almost or whatever.
Caraxes? Is that's what the chat says? Pete's dragon. That's it.
Yeah, it looks like they.
It's not
Wanna not-
Caraxes. It's not his. Yeah, it's
No.
not his neck.
Yeah, we got lots of death coming, but not quite.
Yeah,
yet.
to me, I don't know if it's supposed to be a dragon in particular, or if he's like, because you could see behind that there was other shadows of
Other
a bunch
dragons.
of other dead dragons, and he's walking through death and shit like that. Yeah.
So Daemon is walking through a battlefield than is
Looks
in the
like
water.
He's falling in some water. And then we got. I remember this.
And then we
You
get
guys remember this?
eggs. I remember this. I remember this. So in my head canon, this is Daenerys from the books and not from the show. So
It
there you
could
go.
be
That's
from
all.
the show, just first 4 seasons.
That's all. Yeah. And then it goes into the books that are not going to finish.
First 4 seasons.
4,772 days, I believe, since the release of A Dance with Dragons. Just wanted to point that out. Yeah.
I thought she was gonna like turn around. I'm like, there's no way they got Emilia Clarke to come back for this, is there?
No.
Yeah.
And at first I'm like, are they going to do Mad King? And was kind of out of order, but like, no, it
Gotta happen.
Well, he mentions like when she, when Alice Rivers takes him out to the Godswood, she's like, basically, she says, you're going to see some more magic. You don't scoff. He's like, not at this point. No.
No.
And that was kind of what she said. She's like, when you first came here, and like Daemon, we've heard it from Daemon a couple times. He doesn't give a fuck about visions. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. He doesn't think it's fucking real. He doesn't think Targaryens are bound to that type of shit. Viserys obsessed with his visions and dreams when he's got a fucking dragon. That's all he needs. Well, as Daemon's found out during this season, just having a dragon doesn't actually get you all you need to potentially stay in power. There's other things beyond that. And now his ideas about magic and visions have been completely warped by what he's experienced at Harrenhal. And then I think Helaena, this was happening in live action.
Yes.
With Helaena.
Yes.
In this dream.
Okay.
Yes, I think it was
like jump into his visions.
Do you mean in real time?
Well,
like that she
yeah,
was
that's what I mean.
think that's what he meant.
Alice.
She's wearing the same. She's wearing the same fucking thing that she is in the very next sequence.
She's a dreamer. Yeah, and Alice Rivers is a green seer, and she gave the sight to Daemon, which I guess you can do.
Yeah.
I can't remember what she says in this scene.
She's like, you're just something about like you're just a piece in this grand.
It's a big story, and
big
you're a small
story.
part in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
and
that's essentially what the whole thing is bombarding him with the idea of you kind of have obligations, beyond yourself that you should be considering.
You're just a piece in the story, and that's what Brendan Rivers did. That's what Bran is doing throughout the later books. Is he is trying to set the pieces in motion to save the realm. Supposedly, that's what we're led to think anyway. And it doesn't really matter. Like the player doesn't matter. You're Bran will give up his brother to death if it helps achieve the goal. That's just an example. That's what the three-eyed raven and Bran will do. They're not playing a game. They're trying to set things in motion to quote unquote save the world. We think it could be more nefarious than that. We're not really sure. And we'll never find out because the books won't finish. So I don't know why I'm talking about it. But they definitely bring up stories twice in this. And it makes me think of Game of Thrones season 8.
Yes.
Remember when Tyrion is talking about how we're all stories? That is the most George R.R. Martin thing in the finale. So I think that is actually part of the book. I think that is in the book. I think we'll hear it in the book. It won't be set up the same way.
And he won't say in who has a better story than Bran the Broken.
I think Bran ends up on the throne. Yes.
Well,
at the
I
end.
100% think he
Yeah.
does as well.
Yep.
But I don't know if Tyrion says that.
I'm not sure, but like the fact that we're all stories, that part I think is definitely in. You know what you must do, says Helaena. You're basically just a part in this story.
And the next frame is like basically
Her
like,
finishing the sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, it's showing that to me, it's implying that she was like actively either speaking or whatever, or feeling that in that moment.
I agree. It definitely seems like it was shot to convey that.
Yep. And then we get some another conversation between Aemond and Helaena, and she's like, I know you burned Aegon, you piece of shit.
Helaena revealing her power level.
Yes.
Yeah, it felt like that, didn't it?
Yeah, she defangs him completely in this scene. She's just like, you have no control over me. You could even kill me. It wouldn't change a thing, and you're gonna die. Just like, damn.
She's like, you're gonna die. You're gonna get swallowed up by the God's Eye.
Yeah, and like this is Helaena, who's like already obviously been through some trauma, but also foresaw that trauma and knew that she was going to have to go through it.
Yes.
Had already sewed her son's funeral
Yep.
shroud before he was killed.
Understood enough that like I saw the future and there's no way in hell I can change it, like at all.
Which is
also part of the implication I got as well. I don't know enough about how this works, but it's something like she partially felt like it's something that she doesn't even want to stop because it's a series of events that need to happen. The whole like saying you have your part to Daemon, I wonder if she's aware that certain tragedies have to take place in order for better things to take place.
As best as I understand it, and they did not explain this at all in the Game of Thrones series, but from reading the books, there are certain events that need to happen, right? But sometimes things still go sideways. And we're talking about for the Green Seers, for the Three-Eyed Raven or Bran, whatever you want, and they have to adjust. Now that's something they're trying to set up in this world, which is good, and I think they've done a good job this episode.
it's so strange because on one hand they're clearly deviating in so many ways from some of the things that happen in the book, but there's also the inclusion of so much shit that is so very like George R.R. Martin, so very Song of Ice and Fire, including what we're getting with the Weirwoods and the magic and all that stuff. It's a weird dichotomy.
Yep.
Dude, his face. He does
light
not take
tense
this
music is
information
playing.
well.
No.
I thought that Aemond was about to throw Helaena off the tower. That's what I thought was going to happen in this scene.
Yep.
But yeah, I felt like this was her best scene in the whole 2 seasons.
Yes,
yeah,
easily.
Yeah.
It wouldn't change anything if you had me killed. That's it.
He like she basically says Aegon's going to be king again.
Yeah.
You're gonna she says it. She says you'll get sucked into the God's eye.
Yep.
Something to that.
Swallowed up by the God's
Swallowed
eye.
up by the God's eye is exactly what she said in this.
And I don't know what they did, but she actually looks older in this episode to me. Am I the only one who's noticing
Her wig's
that?
better, or it's style
they've
different.
done something that's because it made her look kind of more serious almost, and you know
that was obviously on purpose.
I think oftentimes they try to depict her as almost like lost in her own world, almost like a child in a way.
I mean, it could be a credit to the acting because maybe she's purposely being far more focused and direct than the way she's.
This is like the only real conversation we've ever seen Helaena have.
Yeah.
You know, at least like in my memory. The other one, she's usually fucking distracted looking at a bug or sewing something or like trying not to have an anxiety attack while in the streets and her baby's head almost rolls off his dead body. Shit like that. This is like, and even her conversation with Alicent, they're almost never really focused and they never like really talk about anything. It's just Alicent kind of talking to her.
Yeah.
Yep. So then there's the next scene where Rhaenyra goes to Harrenhal.
And Caraxes having a nice little sleep.
Yeah.
No, Caraxes is like, bros, come save me, please. I'm fucking sick and tired of it here. Like, Caraxes is so excited. I think Caraxes
My boy.
Fuck. I do really enjoy just watching before they start speaking Valyrian. Rhaenyra says loudly, "And who are you pledged to?" or something like that, right?
Yeah, because they're all kind of waiting as well. It's like, who is he pledged to? Just clear it up for us.
And then we get in Valyrian, you know, Daemon pretty much breaking down that I've seen some shit. And winter is coming. He says winter is coming.
He did say winter is coming
in Valyrian.
Which is kind of crazy.
Yep.
But he says, listen, I've seen a lot of stuff and I realize that this is like kind of my role to play. Events have to happen a certain way, and Viserys chose you to be the one. He says,
yep.
Yeah. We can't withstand it.
Nope. And you know, I'll fight with you until my story ends. we win or when my story ends. I can't really remember, but that's the second time story was mentioned, which that's very George. And he bends the knee.
Big ol' arc for Daemon this season, huh?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I hope that this makes people realize that the Harrenhal stuff was really worthwhile. I really do hope that
every vision has a point. They're very clear about it. There's several dimensions to Daemon, several things you needed to learn and to understand, and then they tip it all or cap it all off with, by the way, army of zombies.
We can talk about in a sense how complete all of the stories feel for season 2 overall, but Daemon's definitely feels like one that began and end and resolved completely in this season.
We got closure.
Absolutely.
On this part, on the Harrenhal part, they gave us an ending, and it moved the character forward. Yes, it was very good. I was enjoying the episode quite a bit.
By this point, yes.
By this point, I was like, yeah, all right, let's go.
And he goes for it, by the way, which is interesting to me from the angle of it is kind of true. You need something. What he brings to this, union of king and queen is super important. And he could have ran off with this army himself, but he's instead going to use that sort of ability to command and lead them to the benefit of him stressing the fuck out with Daemon.
Yeah.
Then it gets to a point where he has to send a raven to be like, I actually think, I think it's out of hand. I have no hope that this is actually in favor of Rhaenyra. Comes here, this happens, and it's like, he is. Oh, he is.
Yes.
That's great.
He gets a bit of closure himself.
Lovely.
A little.
Simon deserves a dragon.
I think he does.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, we should make a petition.
And then followed up by another great scene.
Yeah. This one was really good
this
too.
Was satisfying to me because the Adam scenes have been very, I guess you could say a little dry, but that is the character. And I think this scene very much gives you the full understanding of his character. And my God, they crank up a hell of a lot of conflict for these two in the future as well. Like, I really hope they bank on that because
the dam is finally burst, right? Their restraint is over briefly for just a small moment. He allows himself to essentially express his deepest feelings.
Man, Corlys had nothing too.
What can he say? He's just dropping truth bombs. That's it.
And there is, I think that this is why Corlys has been so reluctant to reveal that Adam is his son, and so reluctant to for Adam so reluctant to reveal that Corlys is his father. Like the true fucking, even before this, he didn't need Alan to tell him this for him to feel shame. He feels shame already. So it was good to see this all play out.
Corlys has been edging toward getting to the position of maybe saying, "Hey, you're my ear," trying to test out how does this guy feel about me? And it's been enough time of you know what, you could be a little less cold with me, a little less curt. And the guy, I really like the way they do the scene of the guy being like, "Yeah, okay, I'll work on that." Then he's like, "Hey, I'm just trying to help," and he's like, "Help." Yeah. Uh-oh, what have I done?
I'd been working since I was a fucking child, slaving away just so we didn't die when it was cold out. And all the while I had nothing, I saw you walking around with your fucking actual heir, with all your furs on, buying the best things for dinner while we were starving.
Sweet meats. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He laid into Corlys.
No, and then he ends it with, when this is all over, if I live, I don't need your help. I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing before. I'll do it alone.
Be what I always was.
Alone. Yep.
I love this scene. Gave him a lot of character, this one. I was like,
really well performed. You really felt this guy this was building up over fucking his whole life.
Yeah, it shows that he's basically been scorned. And he really reveals that you didn't give a crap about me until I could do something for you. And so, and Corlys kind of deserves it.
You can't even look at him.
Yeah.
No. It's not like he felt great about this, right? But it was still a dick move, and well, yeah. And he's also a changed man too. I don't know if Corlys Valerion would have taken this, 20 years ago. Probably would have smacked him. But he's a changed man.
Well, maybe 10. When he decides to go out and fight in the stepstones and all that bullshit, that Corlys. probably is not taking this tongue lashing.
No. So we are at that point about 57 minutes in the episode. I'm like, hey, shit, this is 8 out of 10. I'm really fucking loving this. I am digging this ending. Like, what's gonna happen next? You know, like, I'm not gonna say I was expecting a huge battle, a skirmish, the start of a battle or something. Rhaena chasing the dragon, which is what we should call this podcast.
I mean, look at this shot. It's so like you see her in the bottom right. There she is.
Chasing the dragon. Yeah, that's what you wanted to call it, right? Chasing the dragon.
Chasing the dragon. And she chases the dragon. That's what she does. She's got no food. She's tired. She's Targaryen. Nobody's looking for her. And she's running around Ireland. Is this Ireland? Looks like Ireland to me, but I could be wrong.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's very beautiful.
Oh, look, there she is again.
Scotland. Either one. What's the difference between Ireland and Scotland?
Looks like Wales to me.
Could be Wales. Who knows?
There's no difference between Wales, Scotland, and Ireland at all. In the people or the geography.
Yeah, they're all English, right?
They're all
British.
They're all British.
English.
They're all English and British.
They're all English, yeah.
Dude, on my last live stream, like, I didn't use the word working class, Ryan. I was talking about the middle class because I'm from America. So we got a middle class. And man, they were just like, no, it's a working class. The middle class are posh twats. And I go, oh, whoa, that's a different middle class than we got here. But,
yeah, calm down. You guys also call like people who are on TV presenters or something?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And they also,
you guys got different words. You lost the war, so we get to determine which one's
unnecessary use and everything. Yeah, we've talked about it. Okay, so
I mean, we're not the ones who are insecure about it.
Wow. Gary just said you guys were. He was getting blasted about it.
Yeah.
I mean, who's blasting now, huh?
I don't know.
Well,
yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
But only in defense because of Gary's story. I'm defending his honor just like everyone did against someone with less than 1,000 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, you didn't make a video, man. You don't like me anymore.
Yes, I fucking did. I did a stream and already clipped a video out. Bitch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're welcome.
I'll watch it.
You don't have to watch it.
Maybe not now, but no.
Yeah.
No, thanks. Thank you for everybody. Thanks for white knighting for me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It was awesome. It was great.
I decided a black knight for you, like a Valerian.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
It was funny for me because you were like, "Oh, I'm trending," and then I was like, "Racist and sexist."
I know. Yeah.
It's the usual. I was like, "Okie dokie."
I've never trended on Twitter before. That was the first. So thank you. That was
congratulations.
Quite entertaining.
I've trended for being a sexist already. So
you totally beat me to it. Yeah.
Yeah. And Ryan's beaten us all.
Ryan's beaten us all, and in the very near future, something else will happen again. But like with Ryan, it's like this comes on the heels of me, liking House of the Dragon last week, and
thank God this is the only Messiah scene in the episode. Yeah,
that's why I was like, even with that third scene of Lady Rhaena chasing a dragon, I'm like, still 8 out of 10. Okay, I'm still 8 out of 10. And then, it's because Mystery hasn't been in the episode. Oh shit! And then, what does she do? She does what she's done all season. Positively, gasses her up, as the kids.
Rhaenyra, you're great. Woo!
Every decision you make is the best decision ever, and it has all the good results.
I hope there's a meme of her with pom poms on soon, because that's.
And now, I think it's kind of important, and I think what happens later is obviously not this season, but I think what happens later is kind of going to come from this. You now have 3 people who have essentially told Rhaenyra that what she's doing is kind of ordained.
Yes,
that it's like. Oh, it's a gift from the gods that Adam came. Like the gods want us to put bastards on these dragons. You've got what's her fucking nuts right here? Mysteria saying that the gods are like deigning that this should happen. Daemon says, "Hey, there's a story. You were chosen for this, and like I'm gonna support you." She now has multiple people, including herself, thinking that her being on the throne is ordained by the gods, and whatever has to happen in between there is part of the plan. So.
Dude, I wish someone like an Otto were here so that when she says, "The gods favor you, everything you do is amazing," just to have someone be like, "Can you fuck off?" Like the amount of things she has done that has screwed everything up. the amount of indecisions she has made, the amount of council members she's been. Where is Corlys? Like, get him back here right now.
No, Sari's been there for girl power. That's it. That's all she is. That's all she is, and which is a waste because the character could have been so much more. But
honestly, it's actually cringe how much every line from her is just reaffirming everything that Rhaenyra does. When, if that leads to her backstabbing her at some point, I can buy it. But literally, if anything else happens,
and that could that could happen, and that would certainly make her character interesting. Not her acting, not the accent, not anything. Not a fan at all. And just want to fast forward through these scenes. And you're right. We need somebody to go, fuck the gods. The gods aren't doing this. And I don't want to just what we've seen in the past. Ryan. What you see in a weirwood tree, not necessarily in order. Not necessarily in order. Okay. It's fragmented because you're dealing with the weirwood. You're dealing with memories. You're dealing with people's memories and being able to access those through essentially a hive mind
and a future that listen, we have now seen Daemon see Rhaenyra sitting on the Iron Throne. We also saw somebody who also knows a little bit about prophecy and things yet to come in Helaena in this very same episode tell us that Aegon will become king again. Those two things don't necessarily
line up at all.
And depending on what order things happen in, it might not be the outcome that some of these things that she thinks the gods have done this or like have done this might not play out the way she thinks it will, or the way Daemon thinks.
2 seasons left.
Oh,
we got 2 seasons left.
And like this fucking episode is definitely a fucking leaves you with blue balls with like what's yet to come.
Absolutely.
However, I wish we didn't have to wait 2 fucking years for the next thing.
Well, that's the problem.
It is the problem, and what they're setting up is going to be fucking insane.
Yeah. So, I would. Okay, this is the nicest thing I could say. This episode would be fine if it was episode 5 or 6. If it was a middle episode and there's another episode coming. As a finale, it ends terribly.
You know, typically Game of Thrones finales, it's not like they're all action packed or anything.
No, they're not.
In fact, typically they're not. Typically they're like a little more subdued. Actually, that's how it usually is for Game of Thrones finales. But I feel like it was really a little too much of like the last sequence where you see all the things coming together and all the chess pieces slowly moving together. I really wish we could have ended with the battle that me and Gary were hoping for for the end of this season.
I like you guys say you were hoping for. Everyone, they said
everyone was
fucking the battle. Whatever. I was under the impression that Harrenhal had a shit ton of armies there. All the other armies were arriving. You got dragons everywhere. It's like, holy shit, this is a huge bomb that's about to go off. And then they're like, and it will. Next time.
No, so like even the stream me and Gary did before the week before House of Dragon premiered, we're kind of thinking to ourselves, where is this going to end? Because with the knowledge that the battle we're talking about wouldn't be happening, like how would they do this? And they did do a lot specifically in this episode to set up that battle.
Yes.
I would imagine it's coming
but there's
soon.
Other battles they could do before it, and maybe you could have at least started it.
If you're gonna switch timelines around, then
which they've done already. So
I would have settled for a season 1 style event that happens at the end of season 2 in the form of a dragon or an army or something stumbling in a way across an enemy system thing that wasn't necessarily intended. Accidents happen or whatever, and a big fight breaks out, and we realize, holy shit, this has just lit the fuse, so to speak, right? All these armies are in place, all the dragons are ready to go, everyone's angry, and this battle just happened with a bunch of people dying or something, and characters are like, oh my god, something a bit more of a punch. Like season 1 ends on a big old like, oh wow,
a big chomp. Yeah. And I thought, like, I feel like this one should have ended on that. But once they did 8 episodes, we knew they weren't going to film that one.
Like, they could have done the fish feed. They could have worked that in somehow.
They probably could have, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking back to the ending of Game of Thrones season 2, which is a fucking banger of an ending.
Hey.
Jesus Christ, that ending is so good. But
Gary, do you think there's
not
like
like
channels
this
out
one.
there who've got this screenshot and they're like they use the symbology of an arrow to point to to where to find the plot? it's
oh,
just something.
it's that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so where were we?
We're on the worst scene of the episode.
Oh
Me too.
boy.
Okay, we got you're awesome. Everything you're doing is great. Go, girl. And then
Alicent has used Grandmaster Orwell to come and see Rhaenyra.
okay, I thought she was
So-
going to leave. I thought she was going to leave. Like she
thought
was
so
going to
too.
leave and not do this. I think leaving would make more sense because in the book we don't hear much from her. We just don't. So I'm like, leaving could be an option. I think that's all right. But to going to Dragonstone to have another talk with your sworn enemy at this point.
you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have these scenes. Sorry,
No.
but the story demands that this is an impossibility. This shouldn't be happening.
If we could start all the way back at Grandmaster Orwell, whatever his name is, be like, can you set up secretly, of course, some people to just get me to Dragonstone? I could just picture him fucking
What?
head banging on his desk, being like, what is wrong with all of you people? Like, why do I have to clean up after everything?
You're starting to
so
understand why the Grandmaster conspiracy. Just kill all the fucking Targaryens. They're fucking pain in the ass. So, yeah, dude. This for one, it was pushing it in their first scene, but it worked because it was a good scene, and you find out about the Song of Ice and Fire, and Alicent goes, "Oh, fuck."
Oh yeah, I mean the difference I would say here is that the way they got to it in episode 3 was retarded, but the conversation itself, there was a lot we could
really
go out of
good.
it that was very useful. And the conclusion was you really wanted to have that conversation. You didn't earn it, but at least it was good. This one, it's dead on both fronts. I really don't like this conversation.
I don't like a word of it. I don't like a fucking word of it. I don't like a second of this. This could be cut out completely, and it makes Alicent's character worse in a lot of ways. So yeah, she somehow gets on to Dragonstone. Kingsguard there is fine. She should have a knife and just fucking plunge it in Rhaenyra's chest at this point, and doesn't.
To me, the most important part of what they talk about in this is what Alicent says, hey, listen, I was fucking wrong, like, to do what I did, and I've like come to realize that it was a fucking mistake. But now I just want it all to stop. I just want to walk away. She says, hey, we can set something up. He tells her Aemond's plan. Aemond's going to go to the Riverlands to meet up with Criston Cole. While he's gone,
I hate this.
Aegon's still laid up, and Helaena will like be able to speak with the power of the crown. We'll set it up so you can just walk into King's Landing as a conqueror. You can take over, and you can just be the ruler.
To which the response is, "Lol, what? Are you joking?"
I don't even know.
what?
Like
Why would
my
you
brain
ever
was
present
fucking
this as being a
melting out of my
viable
ears.
plan?
Like who the fuck cares about getting on that throne to simply sit there compared to operating and running the war with everything that needs to happen with all the major powers that need to be stopped or at least neutralized, right? Like getting her into King's Landing and sitting her on that chair, I feel like should be
It takes
secondary to getting rid of
It
fucking
takes- it
Aemond,
takes more than that.
Targaryen, and Vhagar.
It
You
takes
said it
more
was
than that, by the
background.
way. So you can't just have Rhaenyra park her ass on a fucking chair. She's got to have men. That castle's going to be filled with people who want to kill her.
And of
Well,
course,
that's
I-
what I was
well,
thinking,
I
like-
think that you've got people who are challenging your claim. That is unresolved with them still being around.
What would the point be of being there as opposed to your current HQ where you are safe, surrounded by dragons and all the people who want to get you on the throne in the first
the
place?
important
Like,
is
to
it's
me,
legitimacy.
Yeah, it is legitimacy. We literally heard that in episode.
We can sort that out
10 or whatever.
later.
Yes.
But I think that, to me, the implication is, hey, we are essentially going to throw open the doors to King's Landing, and all of your people can come in, and not just Rhaenyra walks in there and is like,
Yeah.
everything. But then Rhaenyra says, you know damn well, like, I can't do that with Aegon still alive. And Rhaenyra says, I need to kill Aegon. That's the only way that this
I
fucking
need
ends.
his head, and it's got to be public.
Yes, and Alicent, this is like to me the most like eye-rolling thing, that Alicent, after a couple 30 seconds of kind of quivering lip and not being sure, gives the tiniest fraction of a nod that is
I would say it is more than
like
an
an
eye roll. It
acceptable
is
outcome.
dire. That is
Yeah.
dire for that character. She would
Yeah.
not do this.
We're actually over on EFAP. We've been doing breakdowns, and we've been talking about how we're actually quite in favor of Alicent's character. I think they've done a lot of really great work. The actress has done phenomenally throughout the season. I don't believe for a fucking split second, with everything I've learned about her in this season, that she's just going to say, you know what, you can kill my son. I'm not only going to sabotage one of my sons so that you can kill him in battle. I'm just going to let you chop off the head of the one that I have spent the entire season learning that I destroyed myself. No, she wouldn't let this happen. She would die before she would let him die. It's all wrong. It's all fucked.
She's done everything to protect her kids, knowing that they're dirt bags as well. And nothing has made her kind of, question that. And then it does feel like a complete 180 this season. It's like, oh yeah, now you can just.
Like the only thing would be if Aegon was worse off than he was and literally just fucking at death's door or some shit. Then I guess maybe you could see some justification for that. But
if Aegon had asked her to kill him at some point, you could see an angle here. But no, he doesn't want to die, at least from her POV, and she feels nothing but absolute guilt for having put him in this position. That's what all these scenes have been up to this point. She's probably been a better mother in the last few scenes than ever.
I gotta finish.
This is what I mean. Like, it's not just on Aegon. It's also she sabotaged her other son. She's like, oh yeah, this is his plan, by the way. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like,
because that
information.
She's not only condemning Aegon to death here, but Aemond, Cole. She's screwing over the entire army that's sent away as well. Like her actions here is condemning so many people on her side to be wiped out. This is not going to be.
What does she think Otto would think? Huh? What would he think? I thought you had a conversation, right before he left of, we're in this together. What do you think he would think about this?
What else I don't like? This is further down the list,
by the way.
But I don't like how much Rhaenyra gets to get off scot-free in this conversation.
Yeah. Rhaenyra is way too arrogant and confident and entitled in this scene. Completely.
It's like they showed us everything that happened in season 1. Season 1 is why season 2 is happening. All the mistakes Rhaenyra made have now been washed clean in everyone's memory for some reason.
And she's like flaunting it almost in Alicent's face about how you find yourself in this position and I find myself with all the power and all of this shit. And it truly does feel like it's just destined for this to happen.
I mean, Rhaenyra, what happened in episode 1 was horrible of this season. That was horrible, and that happened under your watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. That being completely forgotten?
She goes on to say that she has no power to stop it either. Was Rhaenyra the one that said that she can't stop what's going to happen? Or something
Alicent said that, and now it seems like it's basically flipped, and I think that's meant to be the point. But why would that have happened? Why would Alicent have flipped from her correct opinion?
I think this takes away from their conversation earlier in the season too. It's like that should have been it. That should have been all. This should have never happened.
It's because they wanted it. They wanted to have it, even though the story did not allow it to happen. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works. Your story. All of the events that have been set in place, the way that this world works, makes this sin an impossibility. But they didn't care, which is really bad when they otherwise pay attention to the realities of the world.
Because this is the writers. I hope this was a concern of mine. I think concern of everybody's. The writers are on Team Rhaenyra.
That's
they're not. They shouldn't be. Right?
What's the point of having a marketing team pick a side that you want to be on when they have clearly picked a side that they're on?
Yeah, and then of course on top of that, right, Alicent comes into this conversation and the writer's like, yeah, you crawl into that room, Alicent. Yeah, apologize.
Yeah, it's like when Home had to kill your son through the tunnel, I'm crawling back, eh?
And that's the thing, in episode 3, Rhaenyra is looking for an end to all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now in this one, now that she's got the fucking power, she rejects the offer like that Alicent comes with, which, you know, could definitely have problems of its own if she does leave Aegon alive. But no, she's demanding that blood be spilled. Rhaenyra is now demanding that fucking blood be spilled when up until this point, she has been the one who's been hesitant to do that.
Well, I guess the thing is does the show recognize that this is happening because she now believes herself to be in a position of power compared to the way that she's behaved in other instances where when she wasn't in a position of power, she was essentially a lot more willing to capitulate. But now that because she's got a lot of dragons, it's like, whoa, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm good. But it doesn't seem like there's a recognition that that's kind of what's at play here. It seems like, no, she's got the righteous cause here, and Alicent, she sucks.
Yeah, and it comes off really bad, especially when she goes a son for a son. Because I was expecting one of them to bring up what about the child?
What about the
grand? What about the
what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Christ, it's so unfair because the Rhaenyras aren't interested in Rhaenyra being held to any interesting criticism at all. They were like, no, she's absolutely in the right, and Alicent needs to pay. It's like okie dokie.
Because like
it's annoying too because
I think I think it's like a pivotal change in Rhaenyra's like character for her to demand that Aegon be killed. Like
it
that's
is.
That's
it
how
absolutely is. Yeah. And that would be fine actually if it wasn't in the scene, but it would that would be fine. And I think what would help this a lot is a next episode. Not in a finale, not waiting 2 fucking years or a year and a half or whatever.
I don't know. Like to me, it's too much of an abrupt flip with her, with Rhaenyra being so hesitant to do anything so extreme,
yes,
and then suddenly bring me the head of Aegon. Like I can understand her wanting the head of Aemond.
Well, something
she already called for that, but Aegon.
I won't say it. I won't say it.
Well, but also the Alicent even is receptive to the idea. Like, I'll do that.
It's a fail on the writers to not have Rhaenyra, especially as they've written her, recognize that she's asking a mother to allow her to chop her head off her son. You know what I mean? Because Alicent's already made clear to her that she was not responsible for the actions of her son dying, which, like Shad just said, I completely agree. Had she demanded Aemond as payment, I feel like that would be a lock-in that's a little more like, because he killed
and it's also like how much they prioritize this scene. Like this is pretty much the last scene, right?
This is the last scene that conveys like new information. Everything else is just presenting stuff that we already knew was happening. Yep. People moving to certain places, people doing certain things.
So the writers really wanted this one to end the season because what we have after this is a trailer, you know, and it's cool looking. Some of the stuff is really cool looking. I'm fine with that. But it's a trailer. It's slow motion, the pieces on the board being set up. And that's where it ends. And we'll show that real quick. But yeah, this whole conversation it went on too long.
This part was funny, but she's like, now what? Like, well, let me go.
Right.
It's kind of like, well, maybe I won't
do what I promised. I'll open up King's Landing and I will allow you to do whatever you think you need to do to get justice from Aegon. The problem is then shown in the very next scene.
Yes, Aegon is gone.
The promise that Alicent just made cannot happen because we get this sequence of all the dragon riders kind of putting on their armor and getting ready. You get Ulf, you get Hugh, you get
don't worry, one more again.
One more. She was just running.
Yeah, she was just running.
Oh, and that is again, there are so many of these throughout this episode of like, oh yes, Daeron, the very
there he is, Ryan.
The
there he is, fucking Daeron with Tessarion.
Dude, it really is like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 trailer where it ends with the Rhino fight. It's like, yes.
Like people are gone from the story. People are literally gone. Like not at King's Landing, and no one has any idea where he's at.
Yep.
This actually kind of contextualizes why he was getting him the physical therapy as fast as possible because we need to get going, basically.
You know, I think he probably I don't think he planned on running, but I think he wanted him to get good enough that they would be able to force Aemond out of his regency.
Yep.
I think that was like probably the goal, and then it became very apparent that even if he did take a stand and try to do that, there ain't no way Aemond's going to give it up.
No. And that's it.
And is it?
Look, this imagery shows that Rhaenyra is trapped while Alicent is free.
I get it. It's visual symbolism. I'm fine with that. But
there was also a comment when Aegon was talking to Laras. He did say Sunfire is my dragon is dead.
Yes, he did.
I'm curious about that because they didn't show it fully dead.
They in fact showed the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have Cole say long in the dying, which is like,
Yes. I for one don't believe Sunfire is dead.
I do not believe Sunfire is dead either.
I think Sunfire has a very important role to play.
So ends the epipoob.
And the series. I mean season. Not series. Hey, let's see if I can find that trailer real quick.
So, with how annoying the episode ended, I don't think it's going to turn anyone off really from wanting to watch season 3. What do you guys think?
A good season 3 trailer can get everyone back in for the hopes of the big shit that's going to go down.
I think it will be a prevalent view that season 2 was disappointing because of this ending.
It'll also be a rocky 2 years for the fandom talking about this season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that season 2 is as strong as season 1.
Oh,
no, it isn't.
After it all, season 1 is by far better.
But overall, I did not like the Alicent Rhaenyra scene. I think the rest of the episode, beyond that, is still really good.
I like a lot of scenes in the episode. It's just that the ending, I feel, lets it down big time.
That's some serious damage, that last scene.
It's a cock tease as well.
Yeah.
It very much is a cock tease for a massive all-out war. And I felt like the season when it started, it was going to be a little more of that. I think the biggest, if they could go back and change something, I think, and leave season 2 the way it is, I think one of the things they would probably remove is that last sequence with Rhaenyra, where you really did get the idea that as she turned around with that look on her face after being informed that Luke was dead, you really felt like she was going to go kind of full Mad Queen. And they really turned that around in the season itself.
Yes.
And I feel like if that hadn't been the season 1 ending, I don't feel like we'd feel the same way about some of Rhaenyra's actions. But because they set us up like that, and because they told us that's what you should expect, that's why we expected that.
Yep. We got a trailer for the show. This will be early 2025. So
check out what the scene you have here with how it's depicted in the graphic novel. This is almost 1-for-1 perfect adaptation. You see this? There's Dunk right there.
He looks great.
Yeah. Doesn't he? And so that's the graphic novel. And then, with how this is looking just in the trailer that you showed, I'm excited.
Yeah, this is very short. This is very, very short.
Who are you?
You and I? I'm Sir Duncan the Tall. You and I? I'm Sir Duncan the Tall.
That's it.
Yeah, and I know that last scene. I know exactly where that happens and what's going on.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brutal. So that's cool. That's cool. I thought, I was wondering if we would get a trailer today or something for that.
They just started filming, a couple weeks ago.
I think it was part of a big montage of stuff that's coming up on HBO, because there was a thing for The Last of Us season 2 as well, like a short teaser.
Talk amongst yourselves. I got to get something. I got to show Shad. Hang on. Be right back.
All right. Well,
yeah, and we get the first look to it at Egg, who is Targaryen in disguise.
That scene is this scene here in the graphic novel. You can tell where that's happening.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms is going to be interesting because the books themselves feel a little bit different than most of the stories told in A Song of Ice and Fire.
It's actually got a more noble, good character that wins.
Yeah, exactly. It is a little more kind of traditional.
Dude, you have the book accurate one. That's the book accurate one with
Valerian Steel.
Hey,
I got to be careful. I'm barefoot. I don't want to fucking stab myself in the foot because this fucker's sharp, man. But This is the book accurate
Yeah.
Blackfire. So
Yeah. So I have the show Blackfire. You got the book one.
there you go.
Nice, man. But Ryan, what were you saying?
I was just saying that it is a little more kind of like traditional type of, fantasy storytelling where there are actually good people that are trying to do good things.
Yes.
It doesn't always like end up like necessarily well for them, and especially the first like the Hedge Knight.
Oof.
You get to that climax and like what happens, and you're like, holy fuck, this is like such a like cool ending, and then you got someone who's like, Sir Dunk, I don't feel so good. And you're like, oh wait, no, they did not just fucking do that. But at the same time, there's a little more characters that you could kind of fucking root for that are the good guys.
There are. That's why it's my favorite. It's funny because I read the Hedge Knight graphic novel not knowing it was in Game of Thrones universe, and when I did find out, I was like, well, okay.
You get a lot of background of the Blackfire rebellions, right? There's a lot of side stories that really are heavily involved with those, and Bloodraven comes in, then Mauler will know who Bloodraven is. Why he's so fucking cool. 1,000 eyes in one, dude.
I was gonna say, 'cause I was thinking about it. It's like I don't even know what we learn about Bloodraven from Game of Thrones really in total.
You'll find out.
He gets killed, right, by
the Night King.
Night King, yeah.
Yes. But I mean, he has a lot more
Season
conversations with Bran in the book that they completely fucking skipped in the show. Like, there's a whole one of the most important chapters. They basically
a
skip.
bunch of visions, right? And because I remember the Tower of Joy part,
yeah,
of the visions, but I'm trying to remember what else there was because
that's actually from Ned's dream, by the way. That's not like
that sequence is from Ned's dream.
Yeah, that's not from. They do a lot more in one chapter. Like the third Bran chapter, there's only 3 Bran chapters in A Dance with Dragons, but the third one is really important. Like, I can't believe they skipped it, most of it. So, but 1,000 eyes in one. He's got a bunch of archers who fire that have weirwood arrows, and he does a lot of crazy shit. I'll just say that. Let's get the super chats. You guys all right?
Yes, sir.
I got to make up some from past shows too, so this is going to be a minute. Just want to
I might need to bounce in like, I don't know, 15, half an hour. But
yeah, that's fine. Bail whenever you need to bail.
I would say I actually do need to bounce. I've got a few things I need to get done today. But I suppose before I go, thank you very much for having me on. I super duper appreciate it. Super fun talking with you guys about this show. A bit of a disappointing end, but it's been a fun journey.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks, lads. Hope you all have a good rest of your show. See you later, everybody in chat. I'll catch you all later. Bye.
Talk to you later, Fringy, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to Fringy.
So, question:
Yeah,
would you consider this episode to be the worst episode of the season?
Yes,
I think so. That scene is too awful to not make it that way.
That's a pity.
I'd have to rewatch. I'd have to rewatch all of season 2 before I said that.
I don't know. I enjoyed. I remember feeling, I enjoyed all the other episodes more.
Ended it an hour. I'd have been fine with it. Even if they just, I'd have been fine with it. I was like, oh, they ended up with that. That vision was great. I was like, oh,
the vision was awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, I virtually, other than the Rhaena catching up, the montage of her running. Other than that, every other scene I really enjoyed. I thought it was good.
There was a lot I enjoyed in it, but I like that last scene with the Alicent and Rhaenyra, and the way it ended with the build up and no payoff. It's left me more disappointed than any other episode.
As Mauler said, the show is better than this, and the mistakes it makes they're dumb, and they shouldn't be making them because they've shown they can make some really good choices in the past, like this Dakota Stanton for $2. How does Orwell have access to Dragonstone? He doesn't. He absolutely does not. Now, they haven't really established the difference between Rhaenyra's Maester and Orwell, but there is a massive difference between the two. It's loyalty, but they've kind of put I'm forgetting his name. What was Rhaenyra's Maester's name?
Was it Orwell? Hold on. Was Orwell the one that Rhaenyra sent to Viserys to extend his life. Isn't she the one that did that?
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah, but like that's
or like she.
So he should be with her. Yeah.
Well, like I think that she then like gives it to him or whatever. But
well,
maybe I'm mixing that up.
But there is her maester. She has her own maester that she hangs with the whole time. And I don't want to say anymore, but I almost did. I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, so he in this show, the way the rules are set up. Forgive me if Gratis.
Okay, that's the one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you, chat. You're wonderful. So yeah, he wouldn't. The rules in this show, he would not have any access unless a maester of the Citadel's like walking around talking to smugglers from the docks. That would be better suited for somebody else, but you never know.
How do you guys feel about this? It's She-Hulk with better production and less cringe. Is that House of the Dragon season 2?
No,
not even close.
No.
Season 2 out of 10, dog shit season. Do you guys agree with that?
No.
Okay.
No. Darkstar 76 for $5. Hail, gents. Maybe only Gary will get this. I am the only one who thinks that Alice actress looks like she could be the late Peter Steele's twin. Alicent?
Olivia Cook?
I don't know. Might have to think about that. A female twin of a male actor. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. We'd have to look up Peter Steele, which unfortunately I don't have time to do. The Silent Crumb for $4.99. Mala, Ryan, and Gary, have you seen Rome 2005 HBO series? Yes. You find Lucius, Varanus, Caesar, Antony, and many others very interesting characters. Very Game of Thrones like. Yes, I watched it when it came out, when it aired.
They only got one season, right? Or am I mixing that up with someone else?
It was 1 or 2? 2. It was 2.
It's been a while, but I know I saw at least some of it. I just can't remember if I saw the whole thing. Maybe it's due for a rewatch.
2. Yeah, absolutely. It's been years since I've seen it. I remember Carnival too. That was only 2, and that was fucking awesome. That was such a good show. Dakota Stan for $5. Why do the Essosi have Westerosi accents? Essos. There's white folks in Essos. The Andals are from Essos. So
I felt like the leaders that they were talking to sounded different than Tyland. Yeah.
But it's mixed up over there. So I mean,
there's a lot of former Westeros people that go over there.
Yes,
like a lot of those people are made up of people that committed crimes and shit like that in Westeros, and then went over there to be sellswords or pirates or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of sellsword companies that are all people from Westeros, or descendants. Luca Purdy for $9.99. Ron's George R. Martin is against the idea of destined fate. 1 out of 10. He is.
Dude. All right.
I don't know how you could give it 1 out of 10 if that's the
hang on. Destined fate. I mean, a lot of surely okay. Like, am I interpreting this correctly? That they've taken the visions that Daemon has had to mean that the future is on a set path and there's nothing anyone can do about it. When what I take from stuff like that is what a lot of storytelling does, kind of like Star Wars. Buffy and Angel do this. Like, the character will be made aware of a prophecy or a future, and then they will, in an attempt to subvert it, cause it, or they will change that future.
Yeah. So typically, what happens in A Song of Ice and Fire, when people do get obsessed with prophecy, similar thing happened with Rhaegar, who thought he was the prince who was promised, right? But when people get obsessed with prophecy and they try to create that thing that they saw, not realizing that maybe the thing they saw, if it does play out, won't end very well after that, or like similar things like that. That's like a very common trope when people get obsessed with destiny or obsessed with making visions come true. Look at what Viserys did. Viserys was so desperate because he saw that he had a son who wore the conqueror's crown, and he went to the point of like fucking Emma to death, when she dies there because of that vision he had. When in reality, that by doing that, he ended up causing that to happen, for her to die and for her to get Alicent and for him to have that son that he saw in that vision.
Exactly.
Right. So like these are the kind of things you're dealing with. That's 100% what they're showing you with these visions and with these things that are happening, and with her getting it in her head that this is all preordained. So if you can't see that, I don't know.
Think of prophecy in Game of Thrones like season 8. So Dan and Dave knew the ending, but they had no context to how it got there. And they tried to fill in the blanks, and it really fucked up. That's what prophecy is in Game of Thrones. You're not showing the order. You're not giving context. You're just showing some shit.
It's like you're saying the story of creating season 8 was far more a better written story than the story of season 8.
Mm-hmm. Sean Bryant for $4.99 for the season. What were the changes made from the book that you liked or disliked the most? Blood and Cheese, I thoroughly disliked. It still had impact, but I think it would have had more impact if it had done it through the book. They had to write out a character for some reason. They could have. It was a baby. It was a kid. So it wasn't really that necessary to write the character out. You could have just had him referred to. So that was the disappointing one. What did I like?
Blood and Cheese was disappointing.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it played differently for non-book readers, like who thought that's pretty horrific to see a child's head sawed off. But for people that read the book, you're like, it should have been so much more brutal.
Yep.
Well, just for me, the scene just fell off. Right, we talked about it.
Yeah.
If you go back to the episode we covered it, me and Frank were both like, this doesn't seems off. Like there's just some elements to it that don't seem right. And then when you guys talked about the other version, it's just like, oh, that feels like it lines up way better. So yeah, unfortunate, but like, I don't know. Is that the most disliked change for you guys? Because
it's disappointing. A dislike? Oh, the one we just saw was the one I disliked the most, the end of that. But that wasn't changed from the book. That was just added. Right. That was never in the book. So
the things that I really liked from this season, episode 4, the Battle of Rook's Rest, was fucking phenomenal. The way they set everything up, the way that and that is a change from the book as well.
It is.
What they had with Aegon kind of taking charge and wanting to take part in that, and Aemond just taking advantage of the situation to try to take somebody out. I like a lot of the change, pretty much all the changes they made with Aemond as a character.
Yep.
I think have been fan-fucking-tastic. The Cargill duel, I thought was another
that was
great,
good.
I thought that was a great high
really
point
good
as well that we got in episode 2.
Played better in the book. It did.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Yeah. No, I agree. I like.
I actually think not all, and I don't think not even like 95%, but most of the things they've changed, I think, have been for the better, or to better flesh out characters and make you care about a character's arc more. We talked about Viserys, obviously. Viserys is just like a fat, lazy loser in the book.
Yes.
They obviously changed him into a character we were so fucking excited to then see make appearances in Daemon's. And they've made changes to Daemon too. They've made changes to pretty much everyone.
So
most
Simon
of them
Strong,
I like.
Alice Rivers was really good. I liked her stuff, giving us context with what the hell Daemon was doing in Harrenhal, because we had no idea in the book. And I thought that's going to be the thing people are going to complain about the most in the off season. And I liked it a lot. So I had no problem with that. They made some good, there was lots of good stuff. Not as good as season 1 though. Not as good as season 1. Beat winner for $4.99. This episode was terrible and felt like it was written by a girl boss diversity hire who must really be good on her knees. I would say that last scene might be applicable in anything with Masiri, but up until then, I was liking it. I think they cut themselves short I think they do get caught up in their agenda, even for this show once, but not often. A lot of it gets misinterpreted because, especially if you've read the book, those themes are there. So you don't need to fucking amplify them. That's where it gets frustrating. It's like, no, the themes are there and you're trying to amplify it, and it actually takes away from the characters that George wrote because they're all complex and they're all real and they don't feel like girl bosses. And You know, it certainly feels like with that last scene, the writers were just like, the show really needs to fight listening to the audience on the team shit, on Team Rhaenyra, team this, team that. It's like it's like Star Wars not listening to shipping. Like, never listen to fucking shipping. All right, it ruins every fucking show. That's my concern, and that's what really bit Game of Thrones in the ass later on, is they wanted all the reaction videos and spectacle when it was supposed to be politicking. Suber for 10 Australian dollars. Atrocious. They aren't characters, simply props to explain the plot and their feeling. At least the Acolyte had comedic value. I mean, it did, but I think the characters are pretty.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
I mean, are we just to be clear, this person's saying this is worse than the Acolyte as a result.
I think there's a lot of overreactions in chat, I guess I'll say, but you're free to feel however you want. I just think you're completely and totally wrong, which is fine. Not to say that this episode was just, oh my God, so fucking amazing. It's so glorious. 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I wouldn't say that. I think the, 5/6 of this episode is really, really good. And I think season 2 as a whole, not as good as season 1, and certainly a disappointing cock tease at the end where you really want to get into a fucking battle. But some of these comparisons that are being thrown out are, quite frankly, a little silly to me, but that's okay.
Just to be clear, I can't remember. Was there a good scene in The Acolyte?
No.
Acolyte
not that I can remember.
Acolyte is one of the worst shows ever made. It's not even.
So, just to be clear, the scene with Corlys and Adam alone would clear Acolyte, right? It wouldn't. They wouldn't even. So okay.
Yeah, exactly. And someone says Gary said 8 out of 10. Gary said he felt like this episode was going at an 8 out of 10 until the Rhaenyra Alicent scene.
Yep.
So if you're gonna quote him, at least fucking actually quote him.
Yeah, I'm sitting on like maybe a 6 out of 10, and maybe that's generous. Maybe a 5.
Yeah,
I'm not settled on how much damage I feel that final scene has done. I need to rewatch it, to be honest with you.
Yep.
I was not happy.
I want to rewatch the whole season as a whole as well too.
Yep,
now.
I will too.
Like kind of how I feel about the entire thing, not just in week by week chunks.
How anyone could defend this season, I'll never understand. I'll defend a lot of this season, but not that last part of the last episode. Suber, it was mean of Alicent not to show Daemon a vision of Arya one-shotting the Night King. It could have avoided a lot of drama. That's true. The Desi Thanker for $20. Horrible finale. Daemon Weirwood scene was key jangling. To placate fans, Rhaenyra is at Harrenhal, and next minute she is at Dragonstone. Well, she flies on a dragon, so there's that. Alicent going to Dragonstone and those two having a girl boss conference was pathetic. I hated that. I seriously hated it. I did. Thank you for the $20, Desi Thinker. Appreciate it.
How long do you think it would take a dragon to get from Dragonstone to Harrenhal?
Harrenhal? Half day's ride, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it would be all that long.
Yeah, it wouldn't take long.
It's probably like 500 miles away.
Yeah,
6
that'd be
maybe.
my guess.
Do we have a standard for how fast a dragon flies?
That's a good question.
Like 200 miles an hour-ish. It's going to depend on the dragon as well, but yeah, which is kind of crazy when you think of like the protective gear that they're not wearing. But yeah, that's a different story.
And the saddles that magically pop onto the dragons, like that.
I think the saddles are always on them.
They're always on them for.
They're always on them. Yeah,
30 years. That must be
I
annoying.
Saw a tweet complaining about how they're embedded into the dragons. There are certain shots you can see where they're dug into them, as in like into their skin. There's a shot when they're at
Who's
the twins.
complaining about that? If they're
actually saying it's cruel.
Oh well, yeah, it is cruel.
Well, no, not necessarily. It depends on their anatomy. How thick are the scales? Like a horse,
they're pretty fucking thick.
A horseshoe's cruel because they dig into the the feet of the. No, they're not. Like I can't feel a thing. It's mostly a type of I forget what it's called, but it's actually you need to trim those things. It's a type of maintenance. It's good for them. So yeah, you can't just say blatantly, "Oh, it's terrible." Maybe it's just in the scales.
In the end, I had fun with this season and watching the recap with you all. I got the rest at Dragonstone till KSK. Hail, boys, and hail to the chat. Verbathor, thank you for the $10. Mr. Grant Gregory has got a vent. Alicent hero moment. We got to see how season 3 goes in 2026. 2026. Roundira the Cruel for $4.99. Overall, I really enjoyed this season, but not nearly as good as the first. I was hoping for another episode 8, but I'm happy with this. Hope they remake Game of Thrones. They in 10 years when this is all over and George has finally finished the Winds of Winter, maybe they can. So free auto, I agree. Viking Beach Bum for $5. Never reveal the secret of the Archon Night Vigil. Okay.
That's a reference to my book. The
Okay.
Arch Knights, the Archons, they do a vigil, which is how they get their magical powers. And it's a mystery as to what actually happens and how they get it. Thank you for the reference.
They go into a cave and dance around naked.
No.
Sam Wallace Art for $5. I love how happy Simon is when Daemon bends the knee to the queen, even blurred out. His smile is heartwarming. Also, the Helaena Skype call was highlight. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
The Desi Thinker for 20. Why doesn't Alicent say anything when Rhaenyra asks son for a son? She took Aegon's son. How could Alicent let Rhaenyra off the hook just like that? For all she knows, Rhaenyra ordered it.
Yeah, I know that
pissed so hard to whitewash these two. Yeah.
There was way too much cope and excuses as we talked about.
Yeah.
People have too much TikTok brain these days. This season was all amazing setup, and I'm here for it. That's all right. There you go. If you're cool with the setup, that's cool. Jacob Martz.
Well, like if this wasn't the ending episode, like if this was the second last episode, I would probably be a lot more positive about it with the criticism of the Rhaenyra Alicent scene.
If there were another two episodes and they were two halves of an enormous explosive battle sequence, then we'd probably be saying, especially if you remove that Alicent Rhaenyra scene, we'd be saying this is a banger season.
Yeah, and I think that my hope is that it is going to kick off with a bang in season 3. I hope that for season 2, of course, with Blood and Cheese, and I was a little disappointed in that. But specifically, a few of the pieces they literally just like put into play, especially the Triarchy. I think we're going to have a massive... I have no idea what the budget's going to be for next season either, because
pretty big.
Like some of the battle sequences, after you is going to be insane. So I don't know. Like Battle of the Gullet with some of the restrictions and stuff you have around that, it's gonna be insane.
Yeah,
like, money wise.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of small council scenes.
I wish we could have gotten like at an ideal world. I wish that this season could have been 10 and we would have got Battle of the Gullet as the finale.
Yep.
And I think it's happening in episode 1 or 2.
I think it's happening in episode 1 or 2, and they said they had to push it. And maybe it was the strike, but then they changed the whole format to 8 episodes a season and pushed it to four seasons. So we're going to get 4 seasons. And it's going to be interesting where they end the show. There's a lot of endings, but there is one. Now we know where Otto was the whole time. Did Lars lock him up? Says Mytholis for $5. But he left.
Yeah, I don't know what that would serve now.
I think maybe Aegon locked him up.
I guess it's a big old thing for next season. It's just
I think Laris locked him up.
Yeah.
That like one, we know that he fucking does weird shit down there in the black cells. And to me, it would just make sense because Laris is the one who eliminated him. Laris is the one who caused a bunch of contention between him and Aegon, who like put this like rift between them in the first place. So like 1000%, if I had to bet on someone, it would be Laris.
Kyle Vernon for $5. I'm not saying get woke, go broke, but there is a trend to put in a woke to cover up the stink of bad writing. The philosophy tube was in this. I don't think philosophy tube was terrible except for that first fucking line. That was terrible. That was utterly terrible.
Yeah, I actually like was it's just weird to fucking see it.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like too turned off by the acting itself.
No,
The inclusion of Philosophy Tube is weird.
it is.
Weird.
And Star Wars in this. Plus, he was presented like a dude. He's a dude in this. So that was interesting. Daniel McDonald for 10 euros. Alicent selling out her entire family, including Otto, Gawain, and Daron by proxy. This is true. Was completely baffling. Her source material version is rolling in her grave. Just an insult, just insulting 180 from the books. It is.
And it makes even less sense if you try to argue she's doing it to save Helaena. It's like, so she's making a radical decision to help protect family members by killing all of her family. It's like, okie dokie.
The morons on HBO Max got the title wrong. It currently says The Queen Who Never Was. Goes to show they work they put in the episode.
I bet that was just Ryan Condal slacking off, you know.
Yeah.
What
The
if they
episode
called
actually.
What if they called it The Queen Who Ever Was?
There you go.
I
What
don't
is the
know
name
if
of the
there wa-
episode?
It should
It
have been
might-
The Queen That Never Was. That's what leaked. But what if they did call it The Queen That Ever Was?
Yeah.
Well, that does sound deliberate, isn't it? Because it's a play on.
Like again, it could be. It says The Queen Who Ever Was. I think this is all about Rhaenyra now thinking she's fucking destined for
Yeah.
this shit. And that's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
That's what the entire thing is. So I think they did it intentionally, and
Yeah.
that's what they mean by it. And it's
Yes.
gonna come back to fucking bite her.
There might have been glitches because the episode actually came out late for me. I was refreshing and it was like 10 minutes late.
Oh, they've-
on release.
They've had glitches a lot.
When we watched episode 4, I distinctly remember a discussion about how the Blacks are going to need a win because they are doing so badly after the events of that. But now it's like the Greens are going to desperately need a win. They're doing terribly bad now because of the insane shift in power for the Dragons, and then that whole scene with Alicent Rhaenyra. So, you know, yeah, the season 3 is probably going to start with some kind of horrible loss for Rhaenyra's team, especially with what we were just talking about, how they've like built up her ego is like you kind of hope they do have some awareness of that she's going to topple from her own hubris somewhat, but I don't know anymore. I'm not 100% clear on what the writers are doing, you know?
There a little hint in that scene that I hated might point towards that, but they've been writing her very softly the first 2 seasons, so it's going to be hard.
The sides seem really unbalanced now with all the dragons that Rhaenyra has and the Blacks, and so I'm expecting something to even the field a bit.
Well,
Well, it's Game
So
of Thrones,
there's
okay?
a lot of dragons for them, but they're all in one place. Like they're all except for Caraxes. There's
Well, and
other
Rhaena, right?
well, and who knows what happens with Rhaena when she gets that.
She's
I
getting
assume
that
she
dragon.
will. But like when it happens and where she's at. But she's in the Vale. You now
Yeah,
have
but she'll just-
Daeron. You now have Daeron in the Westerlands, right? Marching, which is that's very far away from any other dragons at this point in time. So he could do some stuff with his.
I think
They're
the main way
hesitate
we
to
could
say
have
too
a
much.
change in powers if one of the, and it does look like they're setting it up, one of the Dragon Riders is going to flip teams. Could be Ulf.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
But I think Ulf is actually the red herring. I think it might be Hugh. The small
yeah.
folk comment definitely made him go,
Mhm.
And like, man, it's an opportunity to not waste the whole daughter died thing. They should probably use that.
Yep.
Uh,
There's some foreshadowing, yes. He also like looked up at her like after he claims Vermithor, and like she's standing there happy after like 100 people have fucking died.
Yeah.
Like there's little things, yeah.
Fartle B Sock Cucker the 4th for $5. If Ulf wasn't such a bastard and had a family crest, it'd probably be a drunkard being chased after stealing a pie while tripping over 2 dogs humping. There you go. Great name, by the way. Sir Marhouse for $1.99. Womp womp. That was a waste of a finale. Daniel Gray for $2. Why the sailor with the blue hair though?
And it reminded me of my book when I saw it because
This is
my mate-
again. This is a in the fucking free cities and shit like that. They do shit like this. They make their hair different color. They do their beards weird, purple, yellow dye, blue dye, all that shit. That is not a fucking a social commentary thing. I swear to fucking God, it is. It is from the books.
I remember that with the hair for the girls in Arcane. It was like it's woke hair. And it was like that's the hair in the game, but they were released fucking like a decade ago. That's just source material.
they made it actually look more natural than because I didn't notice it at first. I had to take a double take. I was like, hang on, is that just a shade of weird black? No, it's actually blue. And actually they made it look all right.
Yeah, have you seen that like fan art of Dario, Gary?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yes.
Yeah, like that shit. That looks ridiculous, right?
Oh yeah, we all know they didn't go with it because they didn't have the balls to make him look like that. Let's be honest. But it would have been I would have appreciated it if they did.
Hell yeah.
Everyone would have been like, "What the fuck?" Like,
I know.
and
Go
like,
with it,
What,
damn it.
Danny's really gonna fuck this
And
dude?
Danny falls madly in love with him. So yeah. Someone tell Daemon Arya killed the Night King. We tried. B Chain 315 for $5. Wow, early and straight. This should be interesting. Hell, well, it was. Jiggle for $4.99. Hope you're all excited for season 3 to come out in 2027. Also, Mahler, tell Rags I said hi.
Will do.
It'll be out in 2026. I think they already wrote season 3.
So just really quick, here's some like this is the one I was talking about. Somebody showed me this today. I couldn't stop
Yes.
laughing. Like this is Dario.
That's Dario.
All right. Like imagine if they had thrown this guy with a 3-pronged blue beard at you.
Hey, he's hot, all right. Let's be honest. 100%, definitely. Every girl's gonna be after him.
Love this episode. I can't wait to see episode 9 next week. This is Sam Wallisar.
No.
Apex Caliber says all they had to do was let Jon and Dany rule in season 8. They had to do a little more than that. They needed the Night King to do a little more than not be able to get off his front porch. Mikey Gussler for $20. What's up, Mikey? The season finale was brilliant. Amazing setup for a real war in season 3. Rewatching both seasons will be rewarding, not just for full context, but hidden meanings for things to come. I rate season 2 of House of the Dragon 9 out of 10 for now. All right, Mikey.
That is the very gracious towards us. I wouldn't go that far, especially about the season finale in general or the season. I think if I were to grade season 1 on like a out of 10 scale, it'd probably be like a real solid 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe even creeping up to 8.5 ish. This one, like first gut instinct is like closer to a 7. You know, like
I
right around
firmly
there.
would I'd cap it at 7. It can't go higher than 7 for me. It might go
yeah,
lower,
it wouldn't be higher. I would 6.5 or 7 is kind of like
Yep.
my gut feeling for the season.
Vermithor for 50. Thank you. Vision Jamin saw gives me hope that maybe Game of Thrones will be redone one day. Sheep Stealer has a crazy design like a raptor. Alicent and the Queen are dumb. It's like finding out Hitler and Stalin were both secretly meeting and letting the other one get away.
Well, they were allies to begin with.
Yeah, if Hitler and Stalin had grown up together, like and been friends, then maybe. Yeah.
Where's that TV show, HBO? Come
Yep.
on.
No balls.
No balls.
Adolf and Joseph. Rebellion 765 for 2 Canadian pesos. This episode should have been episode 7. I agree. Sweaty Zeus Gaming for $9.99. We are now set for Total Warfare, just like we were at the end of season 1. Would have been great if it were episode 8 of 10. Glad we got so much mud Transformers in the finale. 4 out of 10. It's a manual transmission.
Do you guys remember when Game of Thrones was coming out with each season that passed, people were doing the thing of like, where the fuck are the White Walkers? We still don't get the White Walkers.
Yep,
We
yep,
still
yep.
don't get
Yes,
them."
like 100%. Yeah.
And then when they finally arrived, everyone was like, well, now I want to kill myself. Thanks, HBO.
Yeah. just thinking about the end of season 2. It's really good.
Oh
Lot of
yeah,
hope.
you talking about end of Game of Thrones season 2
Yeah.
with Sam?
Sam.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I love the opening of season 3 where Sam's just like running and
Fist of the First Man.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then is the prologue scene for that season is Tywin melting down ice and making the 2 Lannister Valyrian
I can't remember if
swords.
that was season 2 or
Definitely
3.
not 1. No, it's got to be either 3 or 4. I think it's 3 because he
3,
arrives. He arrives at the end of season 2, so it's probably 3. Yeah. Oh, people are saying that's 4.
Was it 4? God, I hated that scene. It was a great scene, and I hated seeing it. Oh,
I love the symbolism, but yes, the pain.
the pain of seeing that sword melted down.
Hey, gents, I'm gonna have to bounce.
All right,
This has
buddy.
been awesome though, and I will catch his round.
Catch you
Very well,
around, buddy.
Catch around. I can
Enjoy
go
your
for another,
video.
I'll try for like 20 minutes, and then I'll probably have to go as well.
All right. Zed for 100 Czechoslovakian pesos. Abubakar, is it? Abubakar Salim Allen was great in Raised by Wolves as an android. Oh, that's where I've seen him before. Him and Amanda Collin, Lady Jane Eyre. She was exceptional in that role. He's still like an android in House of the Dragon. He's so wooden. That was like restraint, and he got to
Like what we just watched this episode. It's like
It was excellent, that payoff.
Yeah.
yes.
It contextualizes the other scenes perfectly with his attitude. You understand him completely. He fucking despises every decision Corlys made, but simultaneously he's duty bound to serve his lord, right? You get that completely. It's really good shit. And I thought the actor did an excellent job with his like sort of breakdown scene.
Yep. Lord Chronicler for $10 says, I want the adventures of Tyland and his cut queen. Well, you'll get the adventures of Tyland's not done. He's got stuff to do.
Tyland's I don't
Yeah. Tyland.
Okay.
Oh, Tyland. The Wickerman for $4.99. Fringy, you sound depressed. To cheer yourself up, you should share your ATSV story. Oh, boy.
He's not here. You just missed him,
You
unfortunately.
just missed him. Dirt is King for $5. Alicent turning explains something that will happen in the books, but I think it's still dumb. But this episode had at least Missandei, least misery.
The
And
least
Missandei.
Yeah, it says Missandei. I was like, Missandei? What? Since season 2, episode 1, yes. Thankfully, she wasn't in it much. Default for $10. Gary Ryan, we need a lot of changes to the story characters for better or worse. But what were your favorite or least favorite? And are there any changes you want to see for season 3? Thanks. I'll miss these streams. Cheers. Well, we talked about like our favorite stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier. Anything I would like to see them change or want to see them change?
Ooh,
that's so tough.
We'd be spoiling it. Like,
yeah,
They can't really say.
yeah.
I'm sorry, but maybe in a future stream I can talk about it.
I really
I
wish
can-
they wouldn't have Daemon get on that big rocket ship to Mars.
Yeah.
Like that was a really weird part of the book for me. So I hope they don't do that.
I can mute if you wanted to do it for a bit. But then again,
It's tough for me to even envision like what I would want to change.
Well-
You know, like going into this, I would say I don't want them to change a fucking goddamn thing.
Yep.
Not anything. I want to do everything.
Mauler
But then-
mute, and I'll
but
give you a
then
thumbs up.
But then
okay.
season 1 happens, and it's like I actually really enjoy a lot of the things that they changed that I would have never thought to enjoy, that I never would have had the idea in my head for or anything like that. So it's a really tough question.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but based on the visions we saw, Mauler's muted right now, so this is a spoiler, kind of. I think there's a open possibility of Daemon's fate changing.
Yes. There is a little bit. And I don't know, because we still like it was kind of open in the book.
Yes,
right?
very open.
It was kind of open. We've removed one part of that would indicate that it could have been open, with Nettles not being in this show now. But who knows?
But there's a certain action that comes up later in the book that will most certainly happen in some way in the show.
We already got that confirmation from Helaena. Yeah.
Yes, that, and then there's something that changes Daemon's attitude, which would leave the change of his fate open. That's all I can say. That's really vague. If you read the book, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but or maybe not. But you're good, Baller. We're that like that. I think that's the one thing I noticed, and I had to bite my tongue when I'm watching it with Mahler and Frigg. I'm all, oh, I won't say anything. We're good. We're good. Daemon sleeps with all Admiral Lahore's wives, and they have a bunch of Targaryen babies. No, that doesn't happen.
And it causes the Blackfire Rebellion.
Causes the Blackfire Rebellion. All the second sons come from Daemon. Eric K for $5. Ryan, you forgot this is an echo chamber. Everyone has the exact same opinion. Yeah, keep that in mind, buddy. All right.
Yeah.
Mike 1010001, like Mike binary code, non-binary code for $5. This season was 8 episodes of blue balling, and now we're expecting to be excited for the next 2 years. This is the problem with 2 years between seasons. Sorry, but viewership is definitely going to drop hard. I think it'll dip.
I think the conversation on this season is going to be a bit angry online. As to the general viewership of the show, it's probably going to stabilize and be more than, profitable for them. And then if season 3 is built up in marketing to be what it could be, right? Like to be filled with all kinds of great payoffs. Like I think the hype will go through the roof for a lot of people. I even think that as long as they get a lot of battle shit happening in season 3, even with bad writing, they'll probably be able to sail past it, so to speak.
Yep. I think it'll be fine, but I don't know what the entire viewership was this season. I haven't totally been paying attention. It was a little lower.
It opened a little lower. It looked, from tracking Nielsen stuff, at least on Max, it seems to be slightly outperforming where it was.
There you go.
But we don't know exactly how wrapped up HBO itself is with the HBO linear viewership, because obviously it's not just streaming. For this show, it's much different than, say, Rings of Power or any Disney show. When you're just looking at streaming, there's also like a significant amount of people that are watching this on HBO. I don't know who fuck still does that, but I don't know who watches like normal cable anyway. But it still does have a big chunk of people that are watching on HBO.
I think the three of us agree about the 2-year gap having its issues, but once the time comes and the marketing starts to build up, we're all going to be like, shit, man.
Especially because there's going to be so much crazy shit that happens, like battle-wise. They're going to have a lot to cut a trailer with. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, is Gary dead? Oh.
He's alive.
Can you hear me?
But he's muted. Oh, no.
There you go.
How am I muted? Was I muted?
It seems like you were.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Because of the carryover from Game of Thrones, this thing has unreal fucking natural hype from a fandom. Anyway, that can kind of carry it too. But 2 years is a long time. And I think it people will lose patience. But remember, season 1 ended on a real fucking like a high note, but it wasn't a high note, but it was crazy. Like where it ended.
Yes, yeah.
And a lot of people were talking about it. This did not have that ending. A lot of people will be complaining about Harrenhal and that last part just being boring, and then the cock tease at the end. Okay, stop acting like Logan Paul when he left Oppenheimer. It's called development. If you can't handle a little bit of dialogue, you're no better than the people you disagree with comics. Yes, this episode was not great, but come on. Says Peter Frazee for $49.99. Thank you. Thank you for $49.99.
It just depends on the context of the criticism. I think there's room to say that there should have been more of particular things. Just as long as you're not saying, I hated all the discussions, it was as bad as the Acolyte, it'd be like, okay, come on.
I don't know. I didn't necessarily need a battle at the end, and nor was I expecting one. As Ryan said, if you watch Game of Thrones, especially the early seasons, the last episode was setting up the next season, but it was also after something absolutely
devastating. Yeah,
devastating happened.
Episode
and
9 was consistently the episode of a season where something huge happened.
Yes.
Yeah, the penultimate episode, traditionally, you're like, you kind of knew something was going to happen. What did we get in the penultimate episode here? We get the sowing of the dragon seeds and the balance of power shifting in Westeros, but it's definitely not on the same level. It is, but it's not on the same level as
it's not like
a fucking Red Wedding.
Like after Baelor, after Ned loses his head, we have everybody setting off, but Arya makes it free. So there's your like ray of hope to take you into the next one. And the season 2, we see the White Walkers at the very end, and everybody was talking.
Was episode 9, right?
Was episode 9? Yeah, it was huge, and it was like mop up for the rest of it until that last thing that sticks in your head. I think they tried to do that with the trailer, but it just looked like a trailer at the end. It just looked like a setup. I am fine with the first hour of this episode, though. More than fine.
Season 4 was it episode 8 was the Mountain and the Viper, and then 9 was Watchers on the Wall? Or am I mixing them up?
Season 4? That's season 4.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah. Okay.
Because those were back to back, right?
Yeah, the Mountain and the. All I remember is it ruined a date night, man.
What do you mean?
Melissa and I were watching it, and we usually watch it with a bunch of friends, but we were going to go out to eat afterwards. So we're like, hey, let's go watch Game of Thrones. And then
his head exploded.
His head got popped like a zit. And we're like, we're not hungry. I'm just not fucking hungry.
It was, episode 8, Mountain and the Viper, episode 9, Watches on the Wall.
Yeah.
And then
Man,
episode 10,
shit, dude.
The Children.
That is, you know what I mean? Like watching those two.
Season 4 is like the best season to me, because you get so much payoff for things that have been set up and things that have been coming for a very long time.
Because the Purple Wedding's in season 4 as well, right?
Yeah. So and that's the thing is payoff. That's a key word. Is a lot did not get paid off. And then when they tried to pay off the Alicent Rhaenyra conversation from earlier, they just fucked it up. They did. That was a mess.
Yeah,
that was an absolute mess and unnecessary. It feels like it was re-edited from the ground up last minute. 2 years from now, it'll be one you can breeze past, and later fans won't know your pain. Maybe if they're all binging it in 2030 when it's finally over. Rhaenyra is still standing in places, taking up the air and expecting a kingdom for it. Stupid Alicent. They butchered a cunning Aemond. Sven Dragon. I think Aemond is cunning to a point, and that's very consistent with the book, by the way.
I think
Aemond's got a limit to his cunningness.
I'm a little bit just feeling that, because I'm just like, what did I think of Aemond in that episode? It's like, well, I enjoyed his interactions with Helaena and Alicent and stuff. It's like that fucking move to have shown what they showed in the promo, and then to just show the exact same scene in the episode. I was just like, I was expecting
no other
more from
context
that.
or whatever.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see Vhagar like dive in and burn people.
Yeah.
Luca Purdy for $24.99 Rons. If the visions were for the book fans, does Bloodraven have 2 eyes? Why does
Bloodraven is what he said.
Why does Bloodraven have 2 eyes? Yeah, that's okay. Why did Dany show up?
It looked like a very young Bloodraven, didn't it? Like a child Bloodraven.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah,
I don't know why that was, but
I saw
that's probably
that
why he still had 2 eyes. But.
Yeah, as an interpretation, either an interpretation or him in a Weirwood throne. That's not necessarily that like he was in a Weirwood throne in Westeros, not way up in the north, in the lands of always winter. Is she the prince? The prince, no, John, the literal Song of Ice and Fire, for fuck's sake.
I don't think that this was meant to say that Dany's the princess who was
No.
promised. I think it's meant, like, the reason that's shown is because Dany is a descendant of Daemon and Rhaenyra.
Yep.
Like, to me, that's why that was there.
Yep.
And also those, what we've been told, or those potentially probably are the 3 eggs that were sent away for safekeeping, or part of those 3 eggs and all that shit. So I think
they outright confirmed those eggs were the same ones, at least in this interpretation. But I was also going to say, showing Daenerys there doesn't necessarily confirm her as the prophesized prince that was promised sort of stuff. It could just mean it's an incredibly key moment, which it is.
Exactly. It's a moment, like you saw the red comet and like magic returning to Westeros with these dragons and shit. Well, they weren't in Westeros then, but they were going to be at some point.
Mr. Gregory AI for 100 yen. We'll say that. So the only reason Daemon bent the knee was the White Walker vision, not the 7 episodes of visions and character development.
It's all of it.
Helaena all along. It's all of it. Yeah, it was
all of it. Why would you?
If Daemon had seen that vision when he first went to Harrenhal, he wouldn't have given a fuck about it.
You'd have been like, "What a weird dream I had."
Yeah.
So and they make a point of
important.
saying, they make a point of saying it too.
All the aspects he learned throughout all those visions, there's several points being made, all about the people he loves, his role as a Targaryen, all the damage he's done, all the things he's insecure about, right? And then just how much he actually wants that crown or what it would mean to have it. These are all super important aspects. And then on top of everything, during that entire process, he's convinced that magic, prophecy, or spellbinding elements and crazy shit. He has that rant, right? Where he's like, it's all bullshit. And then she's like, it's not though, is it? And he has his arc of taking it seriously, and then he gets that vision.
Then she literally says he's ready. So she was getting him ready. Listen, if you read the book, it was always suspected there was a little more to this Woods witch that has tons of influence.
It's why the Daemon stuff's really good, because that's why it keeps him unbalanced, right? He doesn't want to commit to essentially taking the throne. He's not sure.
Gatekeeper for 20 wanted to show my favorites of love. Been missing your live streams, Ryan. I guess I've been driving if you've been posting. Mahler, really been enjoying your boogie videos along with you, Fringy, who was here. I wish you guys continued success and good health. You too. Drive safely out there. Gatekeeper, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Gatekeeper.
Pie Guy for 5 British pounds, proper money. I thought it was always action in the second to last episode and set up in the finale of Game of Thrones. Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Am I remembering wrong? No, you are not. Also, the soundtrack at the end was very cool. The music is fucking great. I can't wait to buy the soundtrack. Ramon Dewaldi is goated as far as TV soundtracks are concerned. Also did the soundtrack to the first Iron Man movie.
Yeah.
There you go. Josh M for $4.99. If the span of an episode, there was not in the span of the episode, that was not the best way to go. In the span of the series remains to be seen, but I'm hopeful still. Definite blue balls. Yeah, and we'll see.
Yeah.
Might feel completely different about it in 2 years if we're all still here. Lilac and Snozberries for $19.99. I have to admit, I felt kind of deflated in the opening credits when it said Sarah Hess wrote this episode. Yeah. And now I've got Dragon War blue balls until 2026.
So does Tessarion.
Yeah. Oh. The good news is it's not going to be like a full 2 years. Like that's the whole point of them doing these 8 episode things. It's going to be probably a year and a half and not a full 2 years. Gatekeeper for 20. Also thank you, sir. Also shout outs to Scooby Pup Badger. I saw Badger down in San Diego. Epic Mike, Psychotic Mongoose, Sonia Lisette, Gooch, Gothics, Shad, Disbrew, X-Ray Girl, Quarter Black, Chris Gore, Alaning, Veridark, and the 199 chat. Gary, love you, man. Take care, bud. Right back at you, brother. Again, drive safe. Josh M for $199. Will Aegon start his female boxing career now? Yes. Damn it. Stop spoiling it. Ringy 542 for €2. That was an awful ep. Got blue balls. Not good ending. Chef Nick Nero for $19.99. We got one fight and the remnants of fights in their season. I was so disappointed. What the fuck, man? Well, they're not going to be able to avoid fights in the next 2 seasons. I don't know if it was budgetary. I don't know what, but now they've pushed off, Ryan, a lot of fucking battles. So
they have, and it feels like a lot of things have to happen quickly in this next season. Not quickly, but just a lot of shit is going to happen almost all at once. Especially with everything they set up with those armies marching to different places.
Yep. Yeah. Zed for 20 Czechoslovakian peso says Patty and Millie Alcock made season 1 special, in my opinion. They were both great. That's for sure.
I wouldn't say, I don't know if it made it special, but it was cool to see them. It was good, and I think it was the right thing for Daemon's character arc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sam Wallace art for $5. I'm gonna be real with you. Good. I just took Lohar. I just took Lohar as a Swedish gymnast, death by snoozu unit, and moved on. Actor BS aside, some women aren't built like that. No. Well, she's a dude.
I saw some people saying, like, how could that be the admiral of these fleets? It's like, well, Greyjoys. Like, the people in Essos are fucking weird and freaks.
Yeah, they're
like I said, I'm pretty sure
Notoriously
Leno
so.
said the villain of the Stepstones back in season 1 that they didn't deal with was a big Taroshi pirate or whatever, had a pink beard, I think he says.
Yeah.
At the end in the I think it's in the sample chapter for Winds of Winter, there is a sergeant from the slavers, right, who are attacking Marine, and he comes in and his breastplate is all like debaucherous sex painted all over it, and like after he gets killed, Tyrion's all, I want it. give it to me. Yeah, they're fucking freaks over there. They're freaks. Mock 9330 for $20. Was still a good season overall, but still would have been better to end it on a high note instead of teasing. Yeah, it's going to be roundly criticized for that appropriately, but it doesn't make it like a shitty season. Just not a very good finale. And that's just the end. Like, again, the first part was good. Thought Rhaenyra and Alicent were going to get freaky near the end there.
I know shit was thinking to myself, are they gonna kiss? Like I was actually thinking, I'm like the scene already had like enough kind of issues with it. I was like, you guys really gonna kiss?
So the lesbian kiss from a couple episodes ago, that was like ad-libbed.
It was something
Not
that
scripted?
Emma Darcy said, like, as they were doing the scene, it just like felt like something was like more was between them. And I don't think we're gonna get any more of that.
No.
I think that was it. It was the one thing.
Vathmeal the Clouded for 10 Canadian pesos. I love that Sir Simon Strong is played by Sir Simon Beale. Also, Mahler is wrong. Simon didn't raise Oscar. Grover Tully did. Hale reading lessons. Gary needs them. Nah, it's too late for me, son. I'll miss these streams. See ya. I'll miss them too. These were tons of fun.
Yeah, we were looking over the scenes last stream, and I realized I'd misread that. Yeah, I as in misread the scene. I thought for some reason, I think I just mixed up the names or something, but I thought Simon had. The thing is, Simon puts his hand on his shoulder at the end of the scene, so I think I took that to all mean that he was like a father figure to him, but I mixed it up. I was wrong on that. Also, yes, I love the actor for Simon Strong. He's great. He was in The Death of Stalin, which everyone should check out.
There you go. This episode's ending made me realize the true meaning of blue balls. Well, therefore, never mind. I was going to make a joke. I'll just leave it. Therefore, I apologize to all of my ex-boyfriends and promise to put out faster next time. Nobody deserves this kind of cruel tease, says Day Tripperera for 100 Argentinian pesos, maybe. Mock 9330 for $5. Hail the Fellowship. Surprised at the direction Rhaena went this season, abandoning her charges to get that dragon.
Yeah, I It's really weird that she walked off and did that. The thing that I think is going to be the explanation, which I think is a unsatisfactory explanation, it's going to be that like nobody ever really cares about Rhaena, and she's just kind of the fucking afterthought for everything. And like it was so much of an afterthought, she didn't think anyone would fucking miss her if she went like that type of shit, which I think it's a poor explanation for why a Targaryen goes missing. They don't send a search party. But the other two kids are more important than her, like just in general. They're boys and they are actually like in line for the throne. But the concept that no one would go looking for her, I think, is wild.
Oh yeah.
NTR Uncle for $5. Careful, Fringy. I hear Gary hates minorities, especially green Australian gamers, the most oppressed of them all. This is true. It's a good thing he got out of here.
Yeah.
Aegon says Sunfire is dead. Says Daniel Sturridge for $1.99. I don't think he's dead.
I don't think so either.
Punch for 10. Shout out to Aemond for beating Rhaenyra's kill record. There you go.
Rhaenys.
Sorry. My bad. Brian B for $4.99. What happened to this show? Season 1 was incredible. Season 2 was a bigger disappointment than Game of Thrones season 8.
Whoa.
Yeah, like this is what I mean.
I'd say that scene was had some very similar things to Arya fucking stabbing the Night King, but not the show. No. Wonder how much they'll let us down for 2 more years. Well, not much. I think Night of the Seven Kingdoms is going to be good. I think that's.
Do you remember, just for so everyone realizes, like because a lot of people in chat and who will see this video in future, they would have been there. The cultural fucking tidal wave of hatred for Game of Thrones was intense. It was insane. People starting up streams after the episodes of finishing in season 8, you'd have like thousands pouring in just to find other people who saw the same thing.
My record stream to this day is the day after the long night. It was 24,000.
I think it was insane. Yeah, I can't remember what numbers we got, but I remember it was me, Wolf, Geeks and Gamers. I can't remember who else was there, but we were talking about the Bells episode, and I remember us all being like, Jesus Christ, there is like actually an avalanche of people here who are fucking pissed. Like everyone is just angry.
Like, yeah, to me, I think the finale clearly seems like a letdown to people, and I think it is a little bit disappointing. There was basically one bad scene, like
preceded by Masiri, but like that one would have been totally forgivable with a better scene after that. Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's like I don't get some of the reaction. There's obviously going to be a lot of recency bias, like for anything and stuff like that, but I don't.
Well, this is like your initial reaction. You might feel completely different if you watch it again. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's why I always watch everything I fucking review twice. This episode was not bad, but I don't know. I could have done with a bit more to tide me over, you know. Hashtag free auto. Free auto. I agree. Andrew Levine. Thank you. Austin Gonder for $9.99. Seems like they plan to this to be 10 episodes and decide to keep it at 8 episodes. How they would have been if this season was 10 episodes long. I enjoyed this season, but this was not finale level. Diego Salazar for 5,000 Argentinian pesos. Well, John, I'm sorry, but you're out of the prophecy for the sake of the girl power moment and D&Ds. We need to speed this shit up so we can cash in on a Star Wars trilogy. That will never happen. Quality level of writing, maybe the future remake, but don't stay waiting as George R. R. Martin hasn't finished Wins a Winner yet and probably will die before it's done. Nah, I want George to live forever.
The Danny's super chat thinking that this vision means Daenerys is the prince that was promised.
Yeah, that's not what it was shown.
Yeah, how dare you? It's clearly Arya. Okay.
Yeah, should have been Arya. Baddest planet, but thank you, Diego.
Could you imagine if it was Arya holding that fucking knife and that's what David
done.
saw?
I'd be fucking done.
Like when that started happening, I was not going to be surprised if we got a Bran, like a Bran appearance.
I'm holding out for Bran.
I think we might, like at the end of season 4.
Yep.
It's just we're gonna get Bran and Sam, right? Sam is just gonna be there
His
fucking
maester
doting
man.
on Maester Sam, Grand Maester Sam's gonna be doing some shit, doting over some things, writing some books, and Bran's just gonna like come out of a vision. And, like that's legit. I wouldn't be surprised. I fucking hope it doesn't happen, but I wouldn't be shocked at this point.
Yeah, and then like that'll be the thread because basically House of the Dragon's going to be the history of they'll tell another Targaryen story, and the thread is Bran going over and dictating stuff to Sam. Oh God, it'd be terrible. Baddest Planet for $4.99. Hi Muller, just found out that I'm 3% Welsh, so I can now appropriate the Welsh flag. Also, just listen to EVAP and I live next to Trungos.
Hey, I think Trungos have quite benefited from us having found them and just laughing at the name of the restaurant and the menu items. Their specialty is the chickpea grumbo, which it's just perfect.
What is it?
I'm not even
Chickens and
100%
peas?
sure, but yeah, sure.
What's a grumbo?
What isn't a grumbo? That's the true.
Is it a
question.
schlurpo?
Something like I think it's a sister to that, you know. But yeah, glad you enjoyed that crazy episode.
Husky Bull for $4.99. What makes me mad about this show dialogue is it has no gravity to it. Death has no meaning. Everything is straightforward instead of the poetry like Game of Thrones. It's missing like George's dialogue, but I wouldn't say it didn't have meaning. But George,
there's some really good dialogue in there. There's also some cringe dialogue in there.
Yep. A poet, a philosopher. Adrian. I can't pronounce that last name. Children of Time.
Looks like Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky?
Yeah.
There you go.
It's easier than it looks.
Well, once you hear it, sure. How about that name? Something Rising. There you go. Thank you for the 2 Canadian pesos.
You don't know Hephaestus?
The Greek god, the Olympian.
I don't know how it's spelled.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Hephaestus Rising. Wyatt Powell for $4.99. It needed an episode 9 and 10. Why, God, why do they crap like this? Well, it might have been the strike, but it was more because George wanted 4 seasons, right? That was an article that came out like directly after Game. I think it was while they were starting production for season 2. They're like, yeah, we got to redo this because we can't take as long between seasons. Neo 226 for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. No, Otto isn't safe. He is not all right.
At least he's not dead.
He's not dead. Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, I'm hoping good God, I was worried we were going to find him dead. I thought there was just going to be a scene where he was on the floor with a fucking knife in his back or some shit, and he'd be like, "That's that." So I'm hoping that us seeing that means that he's got a role next season. You know, please. I want more Otto scenes.
I really don't know what they're going to do with him. I have no idea. Like, legit.
Yeah, it's that's the thing.
Just let him wander the halls and talk to people. It'll be fun.
Literally, let him just dress people down. Just walk around telling people they're stupid. I'll take it. It doesn't matter who it is.
The reality is you did need to remove Otto from this equation, or else none of the other stuff could have happened.
Yeah, like all the bad decisions don't happen if he's around to stop them.
Right, exactly. Like, so you need to remove him, and he was removed in the book. But I don't know how they're going to work him back in.
Yep. The whole show is just what could have been. So much could have been said and done that could make it great. They got in their own way a lot. I'll say that. Rebellion 765 for 5 Canadian pesos. When they did make mistakes, it was them just getting in their own way. It's not like they don't have the talent, because they do. Weston 487 for $5. So I have all the audiobooks for A Song of Ice and Fire, except the Book of Swords and Dangerous Women are the other books in the world you recommend. I mean, Dangerous Women essentially has fire and blood. So Dangerous Women, and then there's the Rogue Prince. That's all kind of what the Dance of the Dragons is. There's another story in there too. So
yeah, all of it ends up getting worked and reworked into Fire and Blood.
Yeah, so you're good. Hiccups. Neo 2266 for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Did my ears play tricks on me, or did they play the Reigns of Castamere at the very end, when the show The Lannister Army. They did.
Yeah, which in retrospect you'd think like
They've done
you're
it
gonna
before.
It did become that. It just took over as like the Lannisters' music in general. You'd think they'd want to save it for moments where the Lannisters do something cunning or
It's now
wipe
the
out a family.
Lannister theme. So it's just
it's
the Lannister
identifiable with the Lannisters, and they played the Winterfell Stark music as well for the Northmen coming down. I didn't see Cregan Stark though.
Nope.
There was a report that he would make an appearance with the Greybeards, but I didn't see that.
Daemon going on Viserys' arc is really good. Sombering though, as it seems to understand the ending. Well, resigned to his fate that he's not entirely sure of, though. Somewhat. But
He doesn't know what's going to happen to him. All that he feels from that is that you have a role to play, but it's not as king.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's basically what he gets out of that. But we need to ensure that like the future is secure, that we're united to face this other threat. And if you're not standing with Rhaenyra, we can't really be united.
Neo 2266 for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Corlys, who gives a speech about second sons in the first season, is finally confronted by his second son. I really like that scene. Good point.
Yeah.
Resting perplexed face. That's me for $19.99. Thanks, Gary, as you got me through COVID during command time. I owe you one for I owe you one of my remaining coins. I'll give one to Ryan too, to thank him for his service. I rank the episodes the following: 4, 5, 7, 2, 1, 8, 3, and 6. Go Padres and screw Spanos. Exactly. Go Padres, by the way. We won today. 10-2. Nick the Greek for $4.99. My favorite part was watching the army of Garys from the north. Yes. Greybeards. All that was missing was the sound of clown horns. Hey. Hey.
That's what they do. When winter is coming and they know they're not gonna have enough fucking food to feed everybody, a bunch of the old people say, well, I guess I'll just go off to war now.
Yep.
And they know that a bunch of them are gonna die, but they also know that means everyone else is gonna get to survive because they got enough food.
No sympathy for Cole. What the fuck, dude? Get off and quit causing problems, acting like, oh, it's so terrible. I simply must bang all these women. Woe is me, says John Getz for $5.
What was his
line?
line?
A few problems, like
yeah. It was like my lust for women or my involvement with women is like brought me much misfortune or something like that. It was pretty good.
Johnny's for $2 says Ryan as Corlys in the thumbnail makes it a 10 out of 10. I agree. Lilac and Snozberries for $9.99. Rhaena, stalking sheep stealer for the whole episode, gave serious Danny and the Dothraki just walking for the entire season vibes. But on a bright side, the shared Daemon Helaena vision was awesome. I loved it. Thank you for the $1 unpainted Huffines. That's a good
all right
profile picture. Neo 2266 for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Crispy Cole says Alicent saved him twice, from himself and from a headsman. The headsman isn't referring to the wedding incident, right?
It certainly is.
Yes.
That's 100% what it's when he kills Joffrey in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Like that. He should have got executed.
Absolutely. Mathalis for $5. The dragon. Well, for one, that's a lord's son. That's a lord's son.
It feels weird they didn't have a thing at the time for that. I remember us discussing it, being like, God, what are the repercussions of this? And it cuts to, because we see him about to kill himself, right?
Yeah.
But we were questioning, like, surely he would have gotten in all kinds of trouble for what he did to, what was the knight called that he killed?
Joffrey Longmouth.
Longmouth.
Right.
Because he gives such good head, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, yeah, like that was basically Laenor's like paramour effectively, but
yeah,
it was Laenor's buddy and the guy that Laenor was keeping around to fuck. And the very next episode is the time skip episode, like the big time skip episode, like the change in actors.
There's a couple of problems the show created. Like if we go back to the tournament in season 1, there were a bunch of Lord's kids who were getting the fucking shit kicked out of them, some of them killed, that would have caused a war. If you go back to Daemon beheading Blackwood, that would be a problem too. That would be a big problem. Like House Blackwood isn't just going to fall in line. Like you're going to have to take hostages and all kinds of shit.
Now, Willem Blackwood is not like the lord of them, right? It's still
Yeah, they said he was acting lord until someone else came of age.
it's I forget who it is.
Still,
Benjicott, right?
Benjicott Blackwood.
Yeah, who's fucking crazy.
Who's crazy, and I can't wait to see him. But that being said, in the book, he like dies in battle or something. Even if you're doing that, the house is going to be pissed. They're going to be fucking pissed. So you have to take hostages. There are ways to do it, but yeah, they just didn't get into it. The dragons dance and men are dust under their feet, says Methless for $5. Angela Lopez for $5. I will bet if HBO didn't remove episode 9 and 10, the ending finale would have been a battle scene cliffhanger for season 3.
Yeah, I think Battle of the Gullet would have been the perfect ending spot for this season in a 10-episode world.
Yes. How you guys doing, by the way?
I gotta bounce.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I gotta bounce.
I should probably go as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's just gonna be slower with us fucking piping in as well. But thanks guys for a season. A little bit disappointing ending, but other than that, I still think a good season of TV, which we don't get to talk about very often, unfortunately.
Yes.
Here's to 2 years from now for season 3.
Well, we'll see you for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, early 2025 for the next Game of Thrones thing.
That's true, and that hopefully is going to be good.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep. See you guys later.
Take it easy, Mahler. Thanks, man.
I'll do another 5 with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a square, but there's you guys have been awesome tonight. There are, let me count. So I have to do a square from last week anyway. So I just got to figure out what I'm going to do it this week. But we'll start it out Game of Thrones so we can do Game of Thrones. And I'll get in the spoilers. I'll get all the spoilers. But yeah, there's like a couple hundred left. So, and it's 1:00 in the morning. So
7 o'clock for me. AM.
7. Oh, Jesus. Yes. Yeah. So I'll finish these and I'll get to a couple of those, but then I'll do it by Wednesday. I don't even know what my next video is going to be. I was thinking about doing a House of the Dragon review video. That's what I was thinking about. There's another one I'm thinking about too. So I'll sleep on it eventually.
Yeah.
Neo 2266 for 100 Czechoslovakian pesos. You guys mentioned Simon's royal pajamas last episode. I think he's always wearing that, but inside Harrenhal, there's a lot of grayish color correction. Makes it harder to see the purple. Yeah, I mean it's HBO.
Probably fair, yeah.
Dark. Can you show the map? Sharp Point should be right where the south part of the blockade would end, right? It starts at Driftmark. Yeah, it does. Maybe I can. I don't know. I'd have to kick us out though. We'll take his word for it.
Yeah.
But thank you. Eric K for $2. $2.
You can actually see Sharp Point right now. Can you see it? It's underneath the gullet.
Hang on.
It's on the bottom right of your camera if you just go down. You see it?
Gullet. There's Sharp Point. Yes, you can see it right there. So if you look, right there. Right there. It's on the map. Good call. I'm tired, dude. Whew. Holy crap. Dragons always overcook food, as they should. Everything should be well done. That's why I like dragons. Mr. Nobody for $2. Aside from a few high points, season 2 was all set up. It was,
I
but
mean,
there's
it reminds me of like
drama.
the discussion on filler, and it's like, oh, that was just filler. It's like some of the best episodes of TV can be filler. It's like, it depends what you mean, because some setup is really, really good in and of itself. And like the scene with Corlys and Adam, is that setup for how they're going to be fighting later, or that's going to have to be resolved, or is it a payoff for all the stuff we saw this season? It's like, well, it's both. And a lot of the setup this season has been really interesting drama or really interesting payoffs in conversation. So I like calling it all setup. Like, I get it. We made a joke about it earlier, right? The whole season 1 says, "Oh boy, here comes season 2," and then season 2 says, "Just give me a sec. It'll be season 3. It's not me. I'm here to keep you busy for a moment." And it's like, oh, okay.
Doctor Who season 4. David Tennant had to do double time to shoot the ending, so they did they did an episode called Turn Left where he's not in it, and then they did a bottle episode of Midnight to help make up for that, and we got 2 fucking great episodes out of it.
Yeah, so it's really about the quality of what we were given as setup or payoff or both. And I think we got, the Harrenhal arc is completed for Daemon. That was a full story. That's done. And then if we went through all the characters, right? Like Alicent's story, I thought that was really good right up until her last scene where it was really shit. I've loved Aemond this season. Almost everything to do with him. Fucking actor has been nailing it. Everything to do with Aegon has been fantastic. Obviously, episode 4, Rook's Rest, that was a huge payoff and a setup, by the way, for future events. I don't know what's happened to Sunfire. We obviously, as a result of Rook's Rest, we got all the story that's going to come with Aegon. And then the difference, like that Rook's Rest is what forced Rhaenyra to make the move with the Dragon Seeds.
Yep.
So this is what I mean. Rook's Rest is a setup. So it's really, your problem isn't that there's setups, it's that you don't think that they were good enough, which is totally fair.
That is fair. Rook's Rest isn't even a battle. It was a dragon fight.
Yeah. And I think that this season offered plenty of awesome shit. Season 2, episode 4, I think is the second best episode of the whole series. I think you've said something similar. So, but there's loads of disappointments. Every scene with Massaria was painful to watch. There was several huge fuck ups just in terms of the logistics of certain scenes. I get it. It's just, I think maybe if people get a bit of time or they see the series, as some of these super chats have said, seeing the series in totality might give you a different view of how strong or weak season 2 was. But I think people might be over exaggerating, saying it's like a catastrophe,
We'll see.
We'll see.
Daemon seeing the future causes him to lose his personal royal ambition, probably because he saw that at the end Bran would sit the Iron Throne. Probably. I do want to point out that, like, vision, you're not just like watching something, you're experiencing it. So it's probably a whole new context if you're not like watching the others and seeing the dead walk. You're like, what the fuck? And yeah. He knew he found out later that his brother saw something similar to that. So it probably had impact. Josh Kelsey, thank you for dropping 10 and walking away. That's what you do. Whatever Alice's motives are, look at the result. A dragon and an army in the biggest castle led by a man who now cares about the Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, she pulled it off.
Yeah. If that is like a goal. Clearly Daemon probably should have. In fact, I was completely off with that, huh? There was no like payoff as to her being a spooky ghost and then there's a physical form or reveal with Simon's knowledge. It was, at this point, that retroactively might be a problem for me that Daemon did not treat her properly in this season if she isn't something that was affecting his, because maybe they'll save that for season 3, but it feels like we're closing on the Harrenhal arc, Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I thought they were going to reveal more about that, but we didn't really get anything on it.
Jackson loves Nintendo for $5. Hey, Gary, sorry about that Twitter thing. The Twitter smoke. You're awesome. Hail Nintendo. Hail Attack on Titan, Gen Z, and Trump 2024. Honestly, I was having a lot of fun with it. just watching it all go down.
The thing about it, honestly, Gary, like there are threads every day about all of us.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy if you know, some people collect them and they'll be like, "Did you?" Every once in a while, someone will be like, "Have you seen this?" And it'll just be a 5,000 to 50,000 to 100,000 likes. I get one every day on the fucking Jenny Nicholson thing.
Yeah.
You know, there was an incel who was angry that a woman spoke. It's like, yeah. I used to reply to him, and take it as you will. Anyone in chat out there who's thinking of starting a channel and gets a lot of this, because you will get a lot of this. Oftentimes, responding to any of it or acknowledging any of it is just fucking pointless. It's it can be fun, right? But like, I guess what I mean is the worst thing you can do to a person who's trying to destroy your career, which, make no mistake, a lot of these threads intentions are to destroy. I think the one about you said they wanted to remove you or something like that. So a lot of it, the worst thing you can do to a lot of these people is to simply continue.
Yeah, that's what's best for me. Like, once it like hit the craziness level, I'll pop in a couple of times, and I didn't even respond to this person at all directly. I tried to. It was just funny. Like, and I'm sure if you're I remember the first time it happened to me, I'm like, whoa, but then like, you don't feed it. That's the best thing they do. They want to end you. And what Mahler just said, don't let it, because they also want it to be a distraction. Right. And I don't have time for that kind of distraction. It was fun because I took a couple of days off, just chilling, getting ready for these streams. I was going to do a bunch of streams. So yeah, I was just kind of check on it once in a while, have a little chuckle. Some good memes came out of it. It was awesome. It's great. So thanks to everybody who showed support. I'm truly grateful for that. And that's the most surreal part about it, is like getting all that support and just going, whoa, that's awesome.
Well, I mean, a lot of us know who you are, so it's it's a phenomenon that's gone on for a lot of years now. It feels fucking weird, dude, to be like, we're entering the 7th year of EFAP over on.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the 7? What do you mean? And just, to have known you for as long as I have, I know what kind of guy you are. And this is like, someone will be like, he's a horrible monster. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what have you based this on? Then if you find out it's a bunch of clips that they've seen that are out of context, they have no idea why you even said anything. It's been done to me. It's been done to Drinker. It's been done to Az. Done to everyone. It's just boring to me at this point.
Yeah, like I said, they didn't really, like, the main point didn't really hit us with anything new.
No.
Like, God, go through last Friday Night Tights. We said shit worse than that, and we will continue to.
Like, they haven't even collected my worst shit. Like,
I know.
Harder than that.
Like, come on, Jesus. In a wide shot of Harrenhal, you get a peek at the Isle of Faces. I'll look at that again. I would love to see that. Let me see. That would be cool. Puff the Magic Dragon lives by the sea. Eric K. You've talked to him a lot with all the freaking acid you've dropped, buddy. Nate Stir for $20. I mean, I have too. What a lame episode. It was mid-season transition for finale setup episode at best. It would have been fine if it was not the finale.
Like I said, I was particularly annoyed by vast majority of the promo scenes for this episode were just the scenes in the episode, and
that's
knew what they were doing.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew. Well, Ryan Condell, like, he let it slip at Comic-Con, so I was pretty sure we weren't getting a battle this episode when he said, "We spent all our money on 2 episodes. You've seen one." And you're about to see the second one, which was the penultimate episode, which was last week. So they blew all their budget on 4 and 7. And I'm like, oh, we're not getting a battle.
So they blew all their budget on Rook's Rest and then Vermithor killing everybody. I'm not saying that as like those scenes were awesome, but it's just like, right. I guess they were hoping the Dragon Trials were going to hit a lot harder. Like, people were going to consider that to be an explosive, amazing, like this, that was as good as something like a Red Wedding or a Battle of Blackwater sort of thing, but I didn't take that way. We praise those scenes. They're good shit, but I didn't take it that way.
They're good shit. They would have hit harder if the Dragon Trials took place over 3 episodes. That's what they should have done. It should have been a total fucking disaster for over 3 episodes, 3 separate scenes of a lot of fucking people dying on Dragonstone. But they kind of wrapped it up in one, and it was really good. But it would have hit harder if they had spread it out.
And you know what? One of the things I needed and they didn't do was repercussions for Rhaenyra after that episode. Nobody calls her out for that. We didn't get to see that. Because if anything, it's my one, which becomes an issue now, right? Because that was retarded what she did.
The only person who looked questioning was Misseri.
And she just fucking gasses her up this episode. So
Yep,
never mind.
I'm
But
saying
like,
a fucking word about it.
you know who I would have loved to have called her out for it would be Corlys. He
Yep.
should have been the guy to say, why the hell did you do it like that? And then to get Rhaenyra to say something like, well, if they died, they weren't worthy. You know, something like that, and be like, ooh, that's cold.
Yeah. Nobody foresees Dany barbecuing King's Landing, I guess. Yeah, they that was edited out.
Dude, have you seen like Dany appreciation posts happening more recently?
Yeah.
I was like, she burned more innocent people than most ever in the history of A Song of Ice and Fire. Like this, she's got no competition.
For those who have read the books, is this where you thought it would end the season, Sean? No. No. Absolutely not. Wyatt Powell.
How many did the Mad King burn? Did Daenerys beat his record? I forget because the population of King's Landing is a lot. Daenerys burned like half of them.
Yeah, she whooped his, like, the Mad King just would burn. Yeah, nothing pales in comparison. It was like dozens of people.
Because he was gonna detonate King's Landing, right?
He was going to destroy it, and that's why Jaime killed him. But no, the actual people, he burned a couple of Starks, burned some other people, like was with his pyromancers went crazy, but like it wasn't an entire population. It was still in punishment. Right.
Yeah.
And now they're, with this, there's a lot more context that the Mad King was getting fucked with. Like his head was getting fucked with because he wasn't mad before. And him and Tywin used to get along. Now he, fucked around with Tywin, and probably fucked his wife. But, there's that. Wyatt Powell for $1.99. I really enjoyed Daemon's DMT trip. I did too. 12-cent Ronin for $5. I can't believe we spent all that time with Alan this season. Seriously, was it just an excuse to have Corlys doing something? I mean, he didn't do a lot.
So yeah, my criticism would, first of all, not enough Corlys in general. Second, he should have been at the Black Council for way more scenes, and he needed to be there to actually provide like a counterbalance to Rhaenyra. Criticism, advice, all that stuff. Alan is the dragon rider, right? Adam is his the sailor dude. So
yes.
I remember us talking about some of their scenes feel a little superfluous because they get the point across pretty quick. But do you remember they have like 3 different scenes where they tell you Adam is his bastard, and you're like, yes, I get it, I got it. The scene where he chews out Corlys, though, I thought that's the best one of the lot for sure.
Yep. I think it paid off. It's not like, if you're saying there's some of those characterization scenes they could have cut out to put something in, it was purely budgetary. It wasn't time. It was budgetary. If they had the budget, they would have probably done a battle in the final episode, but they only had $200 million, and they did, like, the show looks fucking good. So like, we can't complain about that. The show looks fucking good.
Show looks, really, really good.
Phenomenal. Night King 01 for $4.99. What's up? I think you guys missed when Daemon declared his loyalties to Sir Alfred Broom, ran for it. Did he run? Did he run? Did he?
Yeah, I think everyone kneels and he walks away. So yeah. I assume because he's now worried that he'd be in danger.
Yeah. I would be.
Yeah.
I missed that. I did miss that. Thank you, Night King 01. Juke for $4.99. Yeah, not yet another. Can we stop this war that's already happening meeting? I'd rather just get some battle plans meeting or something. Yes, some strategy, something. Thank you. Thank you. Jojen Paste for $9.99. Love the scene transition between talking and then immediately showing the God's Eye outside Harrenhal. Was this the first episode of either show that was we actually get to see the Isle of Faces? Apparently so. Yes, that would be my guess. Because, well, I mean, it's been a minute since I've watched the Harrenhal scenes with Arya. I don't think we saw the Isle of Faces there.
I think they're pretty limited with those. Yeah, kept it close. Though I remember being very fond of those, and they're the ones everyone goes to prove that once upon a time, D&D were able to make things that weren't even in the books.
Josh M for $1.99. What are you and Brandon Herrera up to? Oh, we were just chit chatting. Oh, like, because he commented that he can't be friends with me anymore because I'm a bigot, and he said fuck you, and I said fuck you too, and he said I'll see you tomorrow. He's around. You never know. You never know. Brandon's awesome. Keck Lord Gray for $2. Nerdrotic, Taco Bell or Taco Cabana? Taco Bell. But not over the next 3 months. I'm not. I had some Taco Bell on a road trip, and then that's probably like the only Taco Bell I'll have for the rest of the year. But minimum 3 months. So I usually don't touch fast food. I'm too old for that stuff. When you get old enough to where your food like affects you adversely, you're like, this tastes good, but I feel fucking terrible. Like, it's kind of you got to stop then. I've skipped every Myseri scene. She's a terrible actor, and you haven't missed anything. Rebellion 765 for 5 Canadian pesos. I can tell you that right now. Wyatt Powell. If Bran is actually king at the end of Dream of Spring, laugh my ass off. The books can stay unwritten. He's king.
Yeah, I'd buy the king.
Yeah, he's king. But he's got a lot to do. And Bran's chapters are good. They're very good. But there's only fucking 3 in A Dance with Dragons, and there's 0 in A Feast for Crows. So he's written 3 Bran chapters in the last 20 years. 3. Frank the Tank 285, 8 out of 10. Gary, are you using again? Because this episode has 3 or 4 good scenes and the rest is boring trash. The whole season is 90 filler. 8 out of 10 for the first hour and 5 out of 10 probably episode overall, because that scene really just like kneecapped it, dude. Kneecapped it. Tessarion flying with the high towers was a bit of a spoiler. Yeah. Well, I mean, mute real quick.
Okay.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
up.
The vision scene was a bit of a spoiler. The whole conversation between Helaena and Aemond was a bit of a spoiler. Kavu for $5. You're good, Mahler. We're good.
Okay.
Kavu for $5. F any comic book dweeb trying to cancel you, Gary. You're a boomer man. Wide awake Fringy is best Fringy. I love wide awake Fringy.
Wide awake Fringy's great.
I am not wide awake Gary right now. I am slipping, but we're almost done. Hunter for $9.99. This season needed at least 1 more episode. That being said, the episode is the only thing I have left in my life that brings me joy. Oh no.
Boogie.
Oh no, Boogie. I'll show that one off. I think there's Tulsa King's coming out in a month. Looks fucking great.
Then we got Arcane at the end of the year as well.
Arcane at the end of the year. Squid Game season 2. Don't know if we need that though. By the old gods in the new Police Fire Sarah Hess. Well, she's a producer. She ain't going anywhere. She's an executive producer. Yeah. Default for $2. She is the weak link, though.
For sure, yeah.
God, bring back Miguel Sapochnik.
But Gary, I want to be able to see the episodes.
Yes, it's true. Milky Way for 25 PLNs. Condal and Sarah Hess decide to go full Renaissance ship. Rainy sent ship. Rainy ship. Sacrifice story and character for it. By the way, check the writers of season 2. Some wrote Acolyte. Yes.
Yeah.
We know that. And Sarah Hess is not my favorite. Aegon can't have children anymore. Who could be heir? Darbo Jr. for $2. Yeah, that it kind of creates a problem, but we'll see. Milky Way for 25 PLNs. Aegon, a true patriarchy victim, raised as a lamb for slaughter, forced to be king, never properly prepared for it, then betrayed by his own mother. Yep, she's a cunt.
It's gross, man. She's betrayed a whole family. And, there's going to be people who would argue, like, yeah, but his sons are horrible. It's like, not a whole family, though. I don't even believe she would betray her sons, but her whole fucking, no.
The good one, Daeron. She betrayed him.
Daeron is Gwaine. He's like, she's just sold out the plans.
Yep.
So
Her
much for
brother.
him. She has no idea what's going to happen to Otto, her dad. They fucked her over at the end there. That ain't Alicent. That's a different character. But oh well, she's got to fit into whatever story they're planning for season 3.
Like it's interesting is the Hightower family doesn't really. They're talked about a ton, but they don't really show up until later in the main Game of Thrones book series, and they're huge. And the Lord hasn't come down from the tower for like a decade, and apparently he's going over a book of spells to try to deal with because the Greyjoys have gone fucking nuts. The Iron Man have gone nuts. They're a bit of a mystery. So are the Valarians. I think they're mentioned a couple times. That's it. So it is cool seeing other houses that we didn't see a ton of. But she
not
fucks her house.
mentioning Jaehaerys getting killed as well. That just bugs me. That whole scene was awful. The Rhaenyra Alicent one, I hate it.
The conflict I'm more interested in is if Az is right or not after this episode. It seems the writers are going to go way off script. Dawn Breaker for $5. What they're setting up is very on script. At the very end.
Though, that if Az finds out that we thought there was a horrible scene that kind of ruined the finale for us, he's going to be like, oh.
I love Az. His logic is a bit inconsistent sometimes. I know he doesn't want to get his heart broken. But like, fucking watch the show. The worst that could happen is that we saw a shitty scene. So what? We still get to talk about it. I'm still going to rewatch it.
The thing for me, I tried to say to him was just like, he's just missing out on all the fun of, discussing and speculating and celebrating when it's good. And we don't get enough shows that are good to do this with.
No, we don't. So we got to do all we can. Maseri is a foul spawn of the writer's strike. Maybe. That's a good point, Neo. Sam Wallace art for $5. Low key, episode 7 should have been the finale, and episode 8 should have been the beginning of season 3. That season, you know what? The ending was better.
That's actually a really interesting point. If they had the season ends with the end of episode 7, so we cut all of 8, even that's just not even in it. I think people would have been happier with that being the end. That's a really interesting thought.
The dragons yelling Vhagar into submission. Lame teaser montage. Greater than lame teaser montage. That's a good point. The other thing you'd be missing is the resolution of Daemon's arc. But other than that,
yeah,
kind of a good point. Rhaenyra the Cruel for $4.99. Do you think the Blackfire Rebellions will be one show or several? Will they be combined with Robert's Rebellion? Also, what dragon is best? Caraxes.
I got a soft spot for Vhagar.
Vhagar.
She's so fucking cool.
Yep. I don't know if they do a show on the entire Blackfire Rebellions. I think they would, because Bitter Steel, they could do that, but the thing is, it wouldn't show it. But Night of the Seven Kingdoms covers a lot of it. I think they would do Robert's Rebellion. I think that's one they would do. I think that would be really interesting. Plus, you got to think about, they need to make series they know people will watch. And what's more likely? Hey, we're going to do this rando Blackfire Rebellion, or we're going to do Robert's Rebellion. What do you think more fans would more normies would react to? It would be Robert's Rebellion.
If they have a trailer and then they have the words Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark and all these people can be like, oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, it blows up. And neither rebellion has dragons. So that you don't have that lure either. So you got to think, what's the hook? Fucking Robert Baratheon with a fucking warhammer. That's the hook.
And casting will be everything, and then watching him be the guy that we want to see. Yeah, it would be like you drag people in for that.
Yep. But Aegon's conquest would be the shit. Absolutely. If it's done right.
Yeah.
That would be fucking awesome. Steve Clarkson for $4.99. Ryan, do you enjoy that every male character had to get a pep talk by a strong female? See a lot of that. I do. There seems to be, that's intersectionalism. That's what it is. There has to be a little motivation, a little push. And they change some of that stuff that's not in the book. That's just flat out not in the book. But by the very liberal, old school, feminist minded George R. Martin. So they're doing stuff they don't need to do. That's for modernity, but it's light. But yeah,
I had some nightmare fuel just now of like, imagine Otto was captured by Mysaria. God, I would.
Oh my God. Then why would she let him out?
I don't even want to think about it. I'm hoping that it's not that. It's something else. Don't worry about it.
If Mysaria betrays Rhaenyra at some point, that would make her character make sense. It would.
It wouldn't help Rhaenyra, but yes.
It wouldn't help Rhaenyra, but it would help fucking Mysaria. But right now, Mysaria just looks like, you go, girl. Old Man Rising for $10. Book written peak woke era season wasn't worth suffering the whole. However, winds changed in Hollywood with the summer of pale males. Perhaps extending a major battle story to future will benefit from it. Well, they're going to get some major battles next. You have to do them. They pushed them far enough, and now we get to them, and they're big.
You don't have to spoil anything, but I'm assuming if there were, let's just say there's 5 big battles you're expecting to see. Are you worried they're going to like move it down into 2, like crush a bunch of them together?
God, I hope. Yes. I think they'll put it down to 2. I think it'd be like 2 battles per season. I think that's what you get. It's very expensive. Plus the show isn't about battles. The pacing in the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones paid everything off. Like there was a formula of payoff while still having the biggest thing hang out there. You know what I mean? Like there'd be this massive injustice, and then like the Starks will get a little win, and you'd be okay because you're all like, someday they're gonna get those fucking Freys, man. They're gonna get those fucking Freys. That was so.
And then when they finally do, it's like,
like the Freys had a point. Fuck it, they should have not stopped with the.
Bring in Lady Stoneheart. You cowards.
I know. Okay. Oh, fucking cowards. That's what it was. They didn't know how to write it. They didn't know how to fucking write it.
That actress, man, she was so good as Catelyn. She would have been great as Lady Stoneheart.
She was fantastic. Valiant Renegade has 2 that total $100. Valiant, what's up, my brother? There better be a surprise episode 9. All I'm gonna say. And Disney earnings call Wednesday at 8 a.m. Eastern time. See you all there. Oh shit. Yeah, that's early. That's early. Are they trying to get it over with? If their stock trip, go subscribe to Valiant Renegade, by the way. Good dude. Been a member of the channel forever. He's doing great with his own channel. Love the guy. Thank you, Valiant. Appreciate you. Yeah, their stock is under $90. They've had $2 billion films practically back to back. because it's not about the films. They have problems other places in their parks. They have big problems in their parks, and Universal is about to crush them. They're opening up a whole new epic adventure. It's going to have like the fucking Ministry of Magic from Harry Potter, which is a bigger franchise right now and a better franchise than Star Wars, a more successful one, the one that people are still interested in and buy a bunch of fucking merchandise for and are not squeezing out of. They're not even making anything yet.
How did that happen? Why do people not so interested in Star Wars anymore? What's going on?
I don't know. But Harry Potter's benefited from, I mean, they did the Fantastic Beasts movies, which are a waste of time, but like they were like a fart in the wind compared to the main story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't hurt it at all, like in the least bit. And people are more interested than ever because it's millennial Star Wars.
Pretty much, yeah. Harry Potter was huge when those movies were coming out.
Fucking huge. And the books were ridiculous.
Yeah, books and movies.
Books and movies. So I'm outside of Barnes and Noble in 2007 when Deathly Hallows comes out at midnight. And the parking lot, I was in where was I? Was I in San Diego at the time? I was in San Diego visiting at the time. And the parking lot was fucking full. It's midnight in a strip mall. You don't have a lot of those in the UK, but we have tons of them here. So it's a huge parking lot, tons of parking, hundreds of spaces filled, people dressed up, partying in the fucking parking lot, reading the book right there. Yeah. Like it was phenomenal to see.
I just remember when your spoilers, the day the books come out, because I didn't get into Harry Potter at all. So people be spamming the spoiler everywhere. I'd just be like, okay, I don't even know who that is.
Dude, somebody spoiled like Dumbledore dying. Somebody fucking came into my store and visibly upset. Grown man, by the way. And he's like, I can't believe it. Well, dude, are you okay? I thought he was going to tell me he had cancer or something. Oh, they killed Dumbledore. I'm like, I didn't know that. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. I think I followed up with makes sense. You can't be holding Harry's hand the whole fucking time. I always thought he was going to die, but yeah, it was still hard to hear. M Campia U fan for $5. If we see season 3 starting with the battle and then nothing till the end of the return of Aegon. Well, I mean, I figure Aegon's not dead, so maybe he comes back at some point. Do you think fans will be okay with that? One battle? No, you can't do one battle next season. You can't. You just can't, which sucks for them because Mahler, there's 2 battles that are coming up. One of them's fucking massive.
Right.
Massive.
I just expect Harrenhal is like the epicenter of a huge fight that's on the way. Because all the armies are moving around. I'd have to check where everyone is, but I just assume that's where something huge is going to happen.
They're all, the especially like the Lannisters and the High Towers are descending, and so are the North. You saw that set up. They're not going to miss each other. The Nerdy Cowgirl for $9.99. Hail, Nerdy Cowgirl. Sorry, I came in late. Don't ever be late. Oh, wait, it's the last episode. It's okay. And it will just be on, so you can continue. But thanks for being here. Did you guys discuss Rhaena's storyline? I don't like it, and I don't understand why they're changing it. My bro hasn't liked this season at all. I keep trying to reassure him. Lady Rhaena's storyline is not good, and that's going to upset book fans. Like, honestly, it doesn't entirely upset me that much, but it does create a problem. We'll just say.
As someone who doesn't even know what I was losing as a result of getting whatever I'm getting with Rhaena, I'm just dramatically disappointed that we've had maybe across season 1 and 2 about 10 Rhaena scenes, and every single one has been, I really want a dragon, and that's about it.
Yeah, she could have been drastically cut down. I would have rather seen more fucking Ulf and Hugh, to be honest with you. Just
make her a character, for fuck's sake, instead of just giving her this one trait where she just really wants to. Because the other dialogue she has is like, it sucks when you don't have big responsibilities.
Would have been better?
Okay.
putting in fucking nettles and sneaking in this scene of this little dirty teenage black girl sneaking around and feeding a fucking dragon with sheep, stealing sheep from people and feeding them, like planting that. That would have been way more fucking interesting than I'm gonna get a dragon.
And then just a series of scenes of her running.
Yeah, and running. Like seeing this girl like lure a dragon out and like feed it. Like that would have been more interesting. Old Man Rising for $5. The only actual thing that happened this season was the girl boss that never was died. The rest was chess pieces moved and ended and still moving. That's Game of Thrones. That's at its best. That's season 1 through 4 of Game of Thrones.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. A guy I used to do the show with liked it, but he like we would argue like what's more meandering at the time. Right. He was more of a Walking Dead fan at the time. I was more of a Game of Thrones. And I said, Walking Dead is way more meandering than this. But I was in the minority back then, by the way. People go, no way. Game of Thrones is just fucking walking around and people betraying people in gardens like they did in South Park. Or
I
yeah.
got into Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, and Walking Dead late. Breaking Bad, I was blown away. Game of Thrones, I was blown away. Walking Dead, I thought was absolute shit. I was like,
yeah.
Good God, this should not be compared with the other two.
No, it's not. And it was watched by more people at one time.
Yeah.
It actually was. Now, Breaking Bad is fucking goated. Yeah, early Game of Thrones is great.
Mm-hmm.
How about the scene with Alan and Corlys?
Yeah, it was good.
I liked it quite a bit. One of the better scenes and really paid off that character. So we got a payoff. We got payoffs up until the end. Bilby for $10. Do you think there will be budgetary cuts, strikes? I can't believe the season ended on a setup like this. And why 8 episodes? Love you guys. We talked about it earlier. It was originally going to be 3 seasons. I guess George and the crew, thanks to the success, talked them into 4 seasons. But then they said, hey, we need to make them faster. So we'll make them shorter. As budgetary too. Like knocking 6 episodes off the series saves you a lot of money for dragons. Michael Quinos for $1.99. I acknowledge my tribal chief Nerdrotic. Thank you. I'm not a head of a tribe. I'm white. We're not allowed to have tribes. Apex Caliber for $1.99. Fisherman, Amnesia, Lucerys, theory true, you think? No, he dead. Wyatt Powell for $4.99. Game of Thrones will be retconned constantly and will be remade one day, it will be remade one day, absolutely. Or by 2050, everyone will have their own personal version, especially with George R. R. Martin writing speed. That you can't put speed and writing together when you're talking about George. Night King 01 for $4.99. We're almost done, right? Mauler, because I can barely talk anymore. And you've been up way later than me. I've been streaming for it, and you're gonna laugh again since 5:30. So we're going on 6 hours. Ryan Condell did say the dragons get the saddle put on them permanently. Okay, and then if it digs into the skin, then it makes sense. It actually does when they're of age. The last episode, you could see it on Silverwing in the cave. There you go. I was wondering about that. And if it does like dig into the skin, that makes sense. That actually is pretty cool. It's a cool detail. Leon K for $9.99. I wanted to make at least one super chat for this series. Thanks for covering the show. You're welcome. Always good to hear your take. I was expecting a dragon battle, but alas, there was none. No. You saw a dragon.
Yeah.
I thought the Triarchy were 3 women. It's the 3 sisters. Maybe I got that wrong, though. Night King 01. I have not read Fire and Blood as much as I've read A Song of Ice and Fire. But it was the 3 sisters. Night King 01 for $1. So is Sunfire large or old or both? Don't remember. Sunfire's not like old, that old. No. relatively speaking. Not at all. Milky Way for 50 PLNs. To those saying season 2 slow build-up scenes are good, watch Game of Thrones season 1 and 4 and compare the level of writing and dialogue. The scenes were never boring. Every dialogue scene had a story, punchline, moved from the plot. Yeah, because George was there, and dude, his dialogue is so fucking good. Tyrion in the beginning of A Dance with Dragons is just fucking drunk and asking where whores go and cursing his father. But it's so fucking good. His dialogue is so good, and you get a lot of world building through him traveling to the east. You get to see him on Valerian roads and shit. It's fucking cool. People will call that meandering and boring. I fucking loved it. I loved every.
Well, you remember like where their insults to you is like armor or whatever, so it can never be used to hurt you. And he said he reads books like a person has a whetstone with a sword for his mind. You know, those are like little comments from Tyrion that got people to love him really quick. And yeah, Peter Dinklage did a really good fucking job. They still cucked out at the end of season 4.
Yes.
They fucked up his story, and then they couldn't. Tyrion got so screwed over post season 4 as well.
Well, the thing is, AltShiftX has a video on this. Tyrion's a villain.
Yeah.
He's a villain. He's a bad guy. You might like him and feel for him and stuff, but he is a villain in the.
You know the speech he gives about like he wants all of King's Landing to die in the court. It's like, oh, we're getting they're dropping them seeds, and then they just like cowered out of that last scene.
Yep.
Ugh. And then oh god, his interactions with Daenerys. It was funny. Do you remember the curse of Daenerys? People started to highlight like any character that goes to Daenerys just becomes shit when they get into her aura. Because Tyrion, man, Jon, Varys. Oh, Varys, what happened to you, man?
Well, it's because they were Team Daenerys. They were supposed to set up that she was the fucking Mad Queen at the end, and they decided, oh, she was so popular, and they fucking rooted for her. And the same thing could happen to Rhaenyra if they keep this shit up. Now it looks like they're setting some stuff up earlier than they did for Daenerys, but that was their biggest fucking mistake, was making her the hero. She wasn't supposed to be the hero.
They're supposed to, in steps, move her from 0 to 10, but instead they kept her at 0 for way too long, and at the end had to like snap her to 10 at the end. And it was like, oh shit.
Yep.
You remember the man, well, this is going back. Do you remember the EFAT where we talked to the guy who said it was set up that she was mad because she went into the fire in season 1?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's your reference.
Oh my god, I'm even going to defend the prequels, at least with fucking Anakin, right? He killed some sand people, right? Like he did something earlier that was pretty fucking dark, and people go, "Well, she crucified all the slave masters. There's slave masters that were killing fucking hung up children." What the slave masters did was crucified a bunch of children with a finger pointing to show where she was. They were fucking taunting her. That wasn't evil. That was fucking justice, what she did. So no.
Remember it was such an excellent scene where she finds out Drogon burned a kid.
Yep.
Remember the shepherd guy who delivers the bones, and he's just crying. And then she traps the dragons because she can't control them properly.
Yep.
It's like, oh, Daenerys finds it abhorrent to have innocent people burned. How about that?
Yeah, then she starts learning compromise in the book, and she reopens the fighting pits, which she fucking hates. She has to compromise, and there's just all this scheming going on around her. And the thing is, it's teaching her how to be a queen, and this is the point where she learns fuck politicking, and that's what's going to happen if that book ever comes out. She's going to come back from the Dothraki Sea with an army of Dothraki behind her, and she's going to burn the fucking shit out of Marine. She's going to come back, and Barristan will probably be dead at that point in the book, and she will just burn the shit out of everything. That's where she'll start. She's not going to leave Marine with Dario Naharis. She's going to leave it with dust.
Poor Barristan, man.
Poor Barristan.
They had the perfect actor too. He was great.
They did, who read the books and wanted to stick around. I think this feeds into Daemon's ego, knowing that he is a piece of something bigger means everything to him. Also, what year are we in? 130 AC? It's 129, 28 or 29 AC. 29 AC. The war doesn't last that long, but they've fast forwarded things. I think you might be right, but it also gives Daemon meaning, where she even mentions this. This is something you've been, I'm paraphrasing, you've been looking for all your life, a place in this world, because he's a second son. But ego, sure. I mean, he's still got an ego. Sushi Oshili. I have all the plushies staring at me right now. Thanks for all the content. Ah, good plushies. Thank you. It's called Football for $9.99. Honestly, I don't care much about the gender swapping of characters. If the writing is good, Morgan Freeman, Bruce Almighty, and that's why I don't care. I didn't care on season 1 or hate on season 1. I'm not sure, but this season was terrible. A lot of people are not going to like it. Okay, we got a couple more. My throat's drying up. Dawnbreaker for $5. If you haven't, Gary, I suggest you go watch the live action Skyrim trailer. The CGI makes most modern CGI cry, especially the design of the dragon. My oldest kid loves Skyrim. We know nothing for $2. Condal's biggest error is explaining his reasoning. They need to stop.
There are so many writers. Leslie Headland is possibly one of the worst in history for this. She has made the Acolyte even worse with everything she's talked about. There are many writers that are very bad for themselves. Like, they'll talk themselves into ruining their own writing.
Yes. And some of them are full of shit, right? Mm-hmm. Some of them are saying what the press wants to hear, and the marketing department probably went really build up the strong female characters in this, and not knowing that Alicent is not a strong female character. She's a fucking horrible mother. And Rhaenyra is a moron for the most part. She might have some good intentions, but she's a moron. Think about some of her decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter for $19.99. This is the last one of the evening, folks. Then I got to call it. Thank you for being here. Thanks, everyone who donated. Your super chat will be read this week. Hey, Gary, I watched an early episode of your channel. Who is John Reed? You talk about people talking all on ton in season 1, but then think you talk, they talk in English. This is no difference than 3 Hunt for Red October. The Hunt for Red October. The Hunt. Sorry.
I just like they talk in Englishish.
Englishish. Yeah. John Reed is a friend of mine from back in the day. He used to work for Netflix and worked on Disney Plus before that was Disney Plus. He worked he works in metadata and building platforms for streaming back in the day before there was a Disney Plus. This was back in 2013, 14, or anybody even heard of it. They were plucking Netflix people, and they were having a lot of problems with proprietary. Netflix owns patents on most of the why do Max is a great example. Why do some of the menus fucking suck? And you have to there's no way to easily go back to find other episodes. Sometimes you get fucking lost. It's because Netflix owns the patents on all the good menus. So they have to find ways around it. No, I haven't talked to John in years, but yeah, we were good friends. He was the one when we started this podcast. He's all because he knew a guy named Rob has a podcast who did post-show recaps, which gave me the idea to do shows, to do live streams after like obscure shows. And he's the one's like, you can make money at this. I'm like, you're fucking crazy. Let's just make some shows. Let's just have fun. Let's not worry about that. You silly man. And then he told me how much Rob has a podcast makes. And I'm like, nobody fucking makes that. And he does, by the way, makes a lot of money. All right, Mahler. You didn't have to stay the whole time, dude.
It's the last one.
It's the last one. You got to get some sleep.
It's it's been a funny ride, right? Because Game of Thrones is how we met. I still can't remember the nature of it. Was it like I jumped onto your stream? Were you inviting me, or was it someone else's streamer? I can't remember.
No, so we had mutuals, as the kids say.
Yeah.
And you were, when I would do my during the day streams, you would show up in my chat, right? You would be in the chat because I was watching you already. So I already knew about you and watching you. So it was like, whoa, dude, this fucking big YouTuber's in my chat. Holy shit. And people go, dude, Mahler's in your chat and you just ignored him for 20 minutes. So
I remember that actually.
And then one time I'm like, do you want to come on? Let's go. And you're all, yeah. That's
yeah, no, I just enjoyed listening to your stuff on Game of Thrones.
Oh, cheers.
I just remember there's a good amount of so many relationships were built off of the corpse of Game of Thrones, you know?
Yeah.
It was funny because that felt like the round 2 after Star Wars. That was like the initial wave from my point of view, and then Game of Thrones came after. And man, 2019, do you remember? It was the end of Game of Thrones, the end of Marvel, right, with Endgame.
Yep.
And there was a third one as well. I'm trying to remember what else happened in
Last
2019.
Jedi was in 2018.
Yeah.
And then
2019 was Rise of Skywalker, so it was the end of the sequel trilogy. Fucking hell, what a crazy
and Doctor
year
Who
it was.
So it was Marvel, it was Game of Thrones, it was Doctor Who. I feel like I'm missing one. Yeah. And Solo
Marvel,
came
Doctor
out
Who,
in
yeah.
2019, right?
So it was 2018.
18. Okay. So what was
Oh,
2019?
Gary, that was back when they were doing a Star Wars movie per year.
Yeah, that's right. So
That
yeah,
died
it was
quick.
well, it's Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was a big deal in 2019. And then
18, that was right, Captain Marvel.
Was it 18?
Or was it early 19? Because it went Infinity War, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man and the Wasp. What was that?
No,
Was
Ant-Man. It went Infinity War, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Captain Marvel, Endgame.
Yeah.
So we got Last Jedi. No, not Last Jedi was the year before. So we'll go. We got Captain Marvel, and we got Endgame, and we got Game of Thrones, and then Joker came out later that year. Then we got COVID. That was a fucking crazy year.
That felt like, wasn't it? Imagine COVID had happened a half year before Endgame came out. How much it would have crippled their sales, because it's like they snuck in the end of the MCU and then COVID happened. It's like, oh, okay.
Remember the first place I heard about COVID was in New York at New York Comic-Con when we watched the Joker that weekend, and that's when it started creeping up.
I remember seeing some post about it on some forum, and I remember reading it being like, that's not going to be anything.
Yeah, I'm like,
it
was like the bird flu from 20 years ago. Because if you didn't know, look back. A coronavirus pops up almost every 20 years. Or is it 10?
I just find it funny that
it's like every decade or 2 decades, a coronavirus pops up.
The popularity of the film Contagion spiked during COVID. Everyone's just like,
yeah,
I
that's
don't watch
funny.
a movie about it.
But some sort of virus happens every decade or every other. I looked it up back in the COVID times. But I had bird flu. Like, that's the one I got that fucking knocked me out, dude. Like, I was in the emergency room getting fluids and shit. Like, that one fucked me up. And I was in San Francisco at the
You're
time.
not even a bird, too.
I'm not even a bird. There's a lot of Asian people. That's why we were like, oh shit, COVID, San Francisco's fuck. And it wasn't. It just wasn't. All right. What do you got coming up?
That's a good question. I guess Hot D coverages, we're finishing them up. We just did the Deadpool and the very, very popular, very satisfying to fans Deadpool Wolverine review. We spent 6 hours talking about how much we were not fans of that film. So I realize I'm appealing to about 0.1% of people in the world right now. But if you want to check out something like that, it's out. And,
go check it out.
Then yeah, it's Hot D. We're probably going to try and do another stream doing something, because the way we do it is 50 episodes of EFAP per year. So when the number's completed, it's like, well, that means we can't do anything now until the anniversary, but we can do other streams doing something else. We might do like a gaming one. They were playing that Chained Together thing as on his
Oh, yeah.
Sunday. That looked pretty good. So we might do something like that. But yeah, obviously the highlight there is that the anniversary is nearly here. EFAB's celebrating their... starting to get lost myself thinking about it. It's like, I guess, completing our 6th year, starting our 7th year. We joked about it never ending.
It's never going to end. It's not like you guys are old or anything. You can do this shit forever. Ever. All right.
There's just so many things to talk about, you know? Who knows what Boogie will have lied about in years to come?
Darkstar tweeted out he was talking about Alice Rivers and puts up some typo negative. She's like the doc. Oh, we're getting close to spooky season. Think of typo negative. That's what. Oh, dude, the Halloween decorations, bro, already on sale.
Oh, I love
everywhere. It's fucking insane. It's like we are 3 months away from Halloween, dude. So it's turning into a season. Well, it's just turning into a season now. It's not just a holiday.
I've said to people before, I wish there were more of them. You know, like the reason I love Halloween is like it's just a variable on everything, right? It's the dark, spooky, scary, horror, blah blah blah. It's just you just get to engage in all that. And it's like I wouldn't mind more of them throughout the year, but of different genres. I've always loved the effect it has on media. It's like everything, including, you know, like stuff like Doctor Who or The Simpsons or even Buffy. It would be like we've got to do the thing now where we try and do something special for this holiday. It'd be cool to have a bunch of them, like a sci-fi month that relates to sci-fi, but is more culturally a thing that happens. I don't know how we got lucky enough to have Halloween, but hey, I mean, I don't know the full history of it, right? I know it goes back really fucking far, but I want more of them.
It's Halloween. It's pagan.
Yeah.
And if you want to see a great, like where it really comes from, it predates history where it comes from. Randall Carlson did a great live stream on the origins of Halloween, and it's connected to cataclysms, astrology, and you just go watch his video. It's great. Origins of Halloween. All right.
What a fantasy month, you know?
We do. I was looking at Joe Rogan's best quote from his show last night. We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still alive. Fucking great quote.
I've seen a lot of clips of that going around. You were there for that, right? Or you saw
No, I was just watching it. It was like I saw Rob Schneider in that theater, but it was I'm not super close to downtown San Antonio, but it's in my city. It was in my city. Tickets were going for first you couldn't find them, but when you could, it was like $2,000. I was like, no way, I'll stay at home and watch it. It's weird seeing live stuff on Netflix.
Yeah, are they still doing the Mike Tyson and Logan Paul whatever fight on there?
Oh yeah, they're gonna do that. You
gonna check that out live?
Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. I like Mike Tyson, so thanks, Hunter. And this is the last one. Peter. I'll just gonna say Peter. It's probably Peter, right? Peter for 10 euros. If they wanted to make Dany a hero through 7 seasons, they should have stuck to it. Have her take the Iron Throne, but Cersei should have blown up King's Landing with wildfire, so Dany becomes the Queen of Ashes. Yeah. Like, stick to it if you're going to do that. But what they should have done is, they didn't stick to it. And then they did that fascist thing, which was so fucking stupid. Like, they shot it all like, that got so weird.
I had so much faith that they were going to do at least a baseline of something good in episode 3, you know, the long night, right? And the long night is not as difficult as I expected it to be, especially with how inept their defense was. And how many of them are there. That's not even all the characters, right, that remain. And you'd think Game of Thrones is going to end with all of the characters from all over the universe coming together to fight the White Walkers. That's, thematically speaking, the best fucking payoff you could have.
Yep.
So because I've talked about it on streams before, would have talked about it back then, but I thought the big twist was going to be they beat them, and they're like, how did we win? And it's like, because they sent just like a fucking red herring army to you.
Yes.
It was nothing. They sent the rest to King's Landing, and we get that like a horrifying last 5 minutes of the episode where it just hard cuts to King's Landing covered in snow, you know, because like that's where the Night King actually went, and all the people screaming, Cersei desperately escaping with a selection of people. Everything she planned, like the Scorpions, they're just useless. Like
Yep.
all those defenses get destroyed. And it's all, the point being that Cersei was so obsessed with the throne that she got wiped out easily. Then you get the visual of the Night King sitting on the Iron Throne and freezing it over. And you'll be like, oh, look at that. Yeah. And then you get the 2 episodes to recover, or maybe 1 episode to recover. Episode 5, Cersei gets up to Winterfell, desperate for help, gets access. She gives them something, right, in a collaboration. They get some people out from the sea or whatever. They all join up. They're ready for a new stronghold built around Winterfell. Night King does his big attack. All the characters, despite hating each other, defend together. And then Jon, with like a splinter force of all of the assumed Azor Ahai type, the Prince that was promised, all the ones we expect, right? Stannis would be alive in this fucking version, okay? He's not dead. He didn't get killed with a cut to black by Brienne. And they'd all go beyond the wall to get the Night King or something.
Yep.
And gradually they all die one by one until the true prince that was promised is left. That sort of shit. That to me is actually like the baseline. You do that, and we're like, thank you. Good
And he
job.
takes the Night King's place for the whole cycle to go through again.
Exactly. And the best version, though, you already want to rewrite from as far back as season 4. You want to be like, holy shit, we got to fix all this. Because, yeah, they had Arya knife him. What were they thinking?
They admitted it. They're like, it's just something we pulled out of our ass. It was too obvious.
Gosh. And they can never do that again. You can't even if they remade Game of Thrones, you can't get what you had again. You had it.
Nope.
Wasted it. Remember that petition? It was signed by the world to remake the season. And the actors went from being like, oh, come on, I know. Some people are critical, blah, blah, blah. But then you really look into some of the statements and how Emilia Clarke was like crying when she read the script. Conleth Hill tossing his script in the reading. Oh, man.
Ugh. Fucking Star Wars ruined more than Star Wars. Mahler, thank you.
No
Nerdrotic, thank you. Everyone who left a super chat and donation, thank you. We will get the rest read this week. I'm about to go to bed. Thanks to all the lurkers. This was tons of fun. We don't have to wait 2 years for Game of Thrones. We will be back. I'll be back for Tulsa King, but we will be back for a Night of the Seven Kingdoms in early 2025. So
I will try to get Gary to see Arcane so that he can see season 2 as it comes out.
There you go. I don't think that'll be hard. Good night, everybody.
Good night.